They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Martin, you like logistics, and I'll be real honest with you. I didn't know the show was starting.
No. Neither did Martin. He doesn't have a mic
We were just having a conversation, and all of a sudden Jackson just pointed, and I go, oh, I guess I better do the program. We're just having a nice little conversation.
A mic in front of me, so yes, I'm on the same page as, hey, what's going on? Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, show. Can you imagine if I was doing my Bill O'Reilly thing, what I'm really like behind the scenes, where I'm just MFing everybody? Mm-hmm. Fortunately, that still has not been exposed. Maybe tomorrow.
I think people would like to hear it, though.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on the tapes. Buck Swope's got them from years ago.
We're schooled to always say, now, Adam, I'm going to put my finger in your chest. Doug, this is a magical moment in this Sadie Hawkins today, because you could make a case for multiple leads. I mean, the Blues are now the hottest team in the history of hockey.
Yeah, they are.
Missouri played Kansas. Jackson just shook his head. He does not want that. He does not want that to be the lead. The college football playoff has been set. The winter meetings are getting underway. I've set an over-under of 2.5 members of the 2025 Cardinals who will no longer be Cardinals by the time they close up shop. That's my number. What else, Jackson? The Stiefel dossier is loaded for bear with Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, and, of course, Bert Kreischer at 9:45.
Oh, it's all the Monday hits.
Bert Kreischer, he's doing his 9:45.
He's doing his Blues hit on Mondays now, Bert Kreischer.
Finally, really, today is the day the Pat Maroon David Freese interview, recorded 5.5 years ago, finally sees the light of day. That'll be on the TMA podcast feed. So if you subscribe to the podcast, the Morning After podcast feed, which includes, of course, this program, the Tim McKernan Show podcast, Movie Boy. Today you get the Maroon and McKernan Show, which had 3 episodes during COVID, and the David Freese interview with Pat Maroon. That will be released.
Is this Chris Berman? Albert Winnie the Pooh.
I think the Billikens are going to win the NCAA tournament.
Oh, do you?
Illinois with a big win over Tennessee.
ILL, you always like seeing Tennessee lose, even though you like Rick Barnes.
Love Rick Barnes.
But don't like his team or his school.
Correct.
So Jackson set out the Stiefel dossier for the ages with that new Bert Kreischer Blues hit. Doug, what is the lead?
Well, I think on most ordinary Mondays like this, it would be the Blues kind of getting hot, sort of, in their own special way. But
that's never been couched for me.
But on this Monday, I think it's the college football playoffs.
Martin, what do you think? Do you agree with Doug?
I would agree. I think the Blues pattern this year has given me no reason to commit any emotion just yet. So it's great. I'm very pleased they won 2 in a row. But I don't know what it means. Whereas the football playoff, I think, has a bigger picture issue moving forward.
For the record, the answer key, and the answer key, of course, is the Stiefel dossier, has college football as the lead. However, I believe our friend Jackie Papers would acknowledge, if you're looking for an unbiased opinion on where hockey's place should be on a program, he isn't necessarily the person to go to.
No,
but in fairness, he didn't necessarily put basketball up high. As a matter of fact, it didn't get into the program until 8:45. But then that begs the question, if Missouri beats Kansas, is it higher than 8:45? And I think all internally we say, why, of course it is.
Sure, maybe if it was even close.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little concerned about your squad.
This isn't the lead. I don't know why we're talking about
I didn't say it was the lead.
Well, then you just set me up, and I'm not doing it.
We're teasing ahead, okay?
No, I'm not. You can.
But what
I am
about
teasing
St.
ahead.
Louis University soccer?
How about that?
I mean, I went and saw our guy Paulie Bono on Saturday night. And he goes, hey, you got to talk about the Billikens soccer team. I said, you better believe it. I was watching it live on Saturday, watching BYU Texas Tech on the TV and the Billikens in Akron on my phone. I go to the Billikens game yesterday with the family, Central Michigan, quite a little squad, and they skull-pounded them by like 40. And saw some Billiken fans who were TMA listeners and like, you going to be talking about the soccer? I said, you better believe it. Doug, Final Four. So you got that, too. I mean, this might be the centerpiece of sports.
We're coming back as a sports town.
Nice.
We're rallying.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes.
Who's on board?
Yes.
Blues, yes, sir.
Sports
Cardinals,
industry.
lots of trades. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, shish, boom, bah. Mizzou hoops, not so much.
Yeah, Papers, was it the free throw shooting or the three-point shooting?
11 of 21, Martin.
The fact that it wasn't much of a game. Okay, but it doesn't matter. Tim, we will get to that during pre-Gabe. Pre-Gabe is coming your way at 8:45 because Gabe is at 9, so pre-Gabe.
And then the Bert Kreischer Blues hit. He's
he in
right down
town?
the Blues.
Is he in town?
You better believe it, brother.
Sunday the 14th.
Yep. Get your tickets at bertbertbert.com.
Is that really the website?
Yeah,
That's right.
Permission to Party Tour.
Yeah, I acquired timtimtim.com.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. All right, Doug, here it is, the college football playoff. Here's my overall observation. I went into the weekend thinking the Big 12 would take care of BYU, thinking the ACC would take care of Virginia, and the SEC would take care of Alabama. No. None of them. But then when it got down to it, so you're sitting there going, oh, wow, integrity on the field. Although Virginia's game-tying touchdown, the player was out of bounds, and how that was not observed is beyond me. But neither here nor there. Duke still wins. Then when it was all said and done, friends of the feather gather, and they go, well, who's going to be out? Because Miami, Notre Dame, and Alabama all can't be in unless they were to get Oklahoma real nice like, and I didn't expect that to happen, but that was the only way they could all be in. What are they going to do? And in my mind, if I could have wagered it, maybe I should have gone poly marketing with a VPN. I would have said, Alabama's the one that I know is in. Why? Because there's no way that, at least at this moment, while the SEC championship and these conference championship games still exist, and they might go sleeping with the fishes soon, but there's no way they are going to keep the SEC championship game runner-up out of a 12-team playoff. So that was my logic. I thought they would be in. Now, whether or not they should be in is a separate conversation. You might not like hearing that, but that was my reasoning. And then it got down to Notre Dame and Miami. And Miami, with the head-to-head win, passes up the Fighting Irish.
How'd your dad take the news?
I don't know. You know what? Honestly, I was texting with him about being at the Billikens game, actually.
Okay.
So
He's over it.
Yeah, I guess maybe he is over it. I don't know.
Well, I think a couple things can be true at the same time. According to the rules, I guess they got the right teams. According to logic, not so much. Notre Dame got screwed. Tulane has zero chance of winning. How a team like Tulane is in and a team like Notre Dame is out, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you're truly trying to crown the best team in the country. But according to the rules, I'd say they got it about right. I think you have to put Miami ahead of Notre Dame if you went head-to-head and the Hurricanes won.
I think the logic of the committee is what's in question, right? How they moved Bama. They kind of set this up, right, a week ago to make sure that everyone knew that Bama was in no matter what.
Yes.
But then the whole Miami-Notre Dame debate seemed to have shifted. And even our guy Juracek said he encouraged everybody to go back and watch the film of Miami. I'm like, what are we doing here? They just seem to have a real flimsy, it's kind of like the NFL relocation rules. They're just merely guidelines. Like, what really is the standard? That's the part that's frustrating if you're a fan of these programs.
Because you cannot say, well, we would lose the sport in its current form if we were to take Alabama out for losing the SEC championship game, even though they were the number one seed in the regular season in the SEC. And so, therefore, we have to come up with crap, just like he did the previous week, in which he explained Alabama passing Notre Dame by saying Alabama jumped out to a 17-0 lead over Auburn. But that's absolutely what, in my opinion, what took place. Alabama wasn't going anywhere. Now, you might not agree, you might not think that's right.
I think we all kind of, don't you think we knew that going in based on how they...
I think we on this show may have known that, but I don't think a lot of fans thought that. And by the way, I understand. I thought Kirby Smart, who certainly, I think Kirby Smart had the best team in the country in 2023, and he lost the SEC championship game by 3 points and then was out of the college football playoff. Alabama got in. They play Michigan, and then Washington gets in and plays Texas when Texas was in the Big 12. And so Kirby Smart would have every reason to say, well, that's just the way that it is. But he said, just think about it. If the SEC were to play another game, that's 16 teams playing, and inevitably 8 of those 16 teams are going to lose those games. So Alabama had to play another game. That's why they have the additional loss. But it's like the Alabama-Florida State game didn't really happen. And it took place on the same day that the game that wound up mattering the most, Miami-Notre Dame, did happen. And that strikes me as rather inconvenient. We hear a lot about Texas's loss to Florida. I don't feel like we hear nearly as much about Alabama's loss to Florida State.
Well, they're going to have to do something. The one thing that this whole outrage and furor will cause, I think, is a change in the rules.
Yes.
I don't think there's a whole lot of people think they've got it right yet. It's better than it was before when you just kind of randomly picked 2 teams to play for it. Not so random, but it was subjective. I think they're just going to have to do something different. 16 ought to about get it. We thought 12 would about get it, but nope. I think 16 would just about do it.
Because 12 isn't really 12. 12 is, at best, 11. And then you had what took place with the ACC situation with their automatic qualifier being ineligible because going into the game, they were a 7-5 team in Duke. And so had Miami been in that game, Miami is in as an automatic qualifier, and then that takes Tulane or James Madison out, and then Notre Dame would have gotten in. Isn't that amazing? If the ACC had the tiebreaker that, for example, the Mountain West did, which is based on rankings and not head-to-head, common opponents. And Duke and Miami, for the record, had 2 common opponents, and that is how Duke appeared in that game. I think there are 2 main things that I think this leads to as far as the obvious change, which is when they get together after the college football playoff championship game in late January, which they delayed. It was supposed to be December 1st as the deadline, and they pushed it back to, I think, January 20th, but somewhere around there after the championship game. Number one, I would be shocked if this system is in place for 2026. That is a great thing. And then as far as conversations that are more subjective that wouldn't necessarily have anything to do with the committee, Notre Dame now has to have a real conversation in South Bend about their independent status. That may have been inevitable, but this now expedites it. And then this group of 5 appearance, that needs to be tended to as well. Because if you look at the college football playoff weekend, it's garbage. It's really disappointing. 2 of the games feature 17-point spreads. One of the games features the exact scenario of Tulane going to Oxford, which was already played. It wasn't real close the first time around. Another one is Oklahoma and Alabama, which we saw 3 weeks ago, except this time it's in Norman and not Tuscaloosa. Can't wait for the Oregon-James Madison game. They're so excited about it at TNT, which is like subleasing it from ESPN. I don't know what the deal with that is, that they have buried it on the Saturday night primetime slate. I mean, wow, what a spot for TNT. And then the one game of the 4 that you go, okay, looking forward to that. They stuck it on Friday night. Why? Texas A&M Miami. Texas A&M Miami at 11 o'clock, I should say, because they don't want to go up against the NFL. The NFL has 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock games or something along those lines, depending on your time zone. So they buried the crap games, Ole Miss Tulane and Oregon and James Madison, in those latter halves. So Alabama and Oklahoma will be Friday night. College Station on a Saturday night would be glorious, but because they're up against the NFL, they put it at an 11 o'clock start. Sweet. They got to tend to this thing. And so even though I hate the way that it wound up working out just from a college football playoff standpoint, that first weekend is just blah versus what it could have / should have been. I shall sacrifice 2025 in the interests of the longer term, and the longer term will be changing. That is my expectation.
And I think in the basketball tournament, the Cinderella is possible. In football, it's just not. I mean, James Madison's not going to go on a run. Tulane's not going to go on a run. So I think even though we love the Cinderella, we love the little teams getting in, we get mad when mid-majors like SLU get squeezed out of the March Madness. I think in football, the big brands do play, the bigger programs. It's logic here. So you have this system that allows Tulane, good for them, goodbye already. James Madison, good for you, you're in. But I just don't think it makes sense in the football world.
Tournament.
Tulane, for the record, Martin, if you do like their chances, put $100 on them. And if they are able to get past Ole Miss and then get past Georgia and then get themselves into the Final Four and then win 2 more games, that would get you $75,000 on your $100 bet if you're interested.
That's right. That's right.
If you think James Madison can get past the Autzen Zoo and then Texas Tech's defense, and then one of Indiana, Alabama, or Oklahoma, and then win the whole thing, that'll get you $50,000. And then you drop down to the team that I also would say I would be very surprised if they won, although they're playing a beat-up Alabama team in the first round. Oklahoma, the drop-off is from $50,000 for James Madison to $5,000 for Oklahoma. And then the drop-off from there is to Ole Miss at plus 2,200, and now you get into teams that can actually win the thing. But that is the state of things, and I suppose I would tell you the good news is they're going to get together following the championship game and at the very least make changes that I would expect it to get to 16.
But isn't the question with college football still who is the leadership group? Who's in charge?
Well, the answer is the SEC and the Big Ten.
Right, but I'm saying they don't come out and say it, I guess, openly. But like the NCAA has no power. You have these committees that meet and they grind tape and they work hard. We even heard Gary Payne say, I've never seen a group work harder. And you got this guy at Arkansas who can't find himself a good head coach, but he's down there watching a game of Miami and Notre Dame. It just seems like you need better leadership who's going to run the show for this whole operation.
I'd love to see the conferences get back to where they were. Do them geographically, and the conferences are too big. You don't need 18 teams, 16 teams. I don't know that it can ever happen, but I think that would be a good start to try to restore some order so that the championship of a conference is actually meaningful, so you know exactly who gets in, who earned it in their conference, and then you could still have a handful of at-large teams to fill in those that had a great season but didn't win their conference. I think that'd be a place to start.
I suppose just for the sake of saying something that immediately somebody could push back and go, well, here is why that can't happen. Because this is not like something that is well thought out, but casually thinking about it and texting with some friends, some of whom are involved in college football over the weekend, because I did think on the off chance that Alabama would be left out, the SEC would then at that point have gone rogue, and who knows what they would have done. But because that then impacts the conference championship game and their money, that's why I never thought it was going to happen. But essentially, it becomes 40 teams, and 20 are in the Big Ten, 20 are in the SEC, and it's the NFL. And then at that point, you would have 4 or 5 team divisions. Of course, those teams all play each other. And you would have the winner of the Big Ten, kind of like the AFL and the NFL back in the day, play the winner of the SEC after they would have their playoffs and play for the championship game. So that way, Doug, you would get back to some element of the regionalization and the rivalries in those divisions. And then the playoff format is based out of winning your division and then winning 2 more playoff games that are inside of the SEC, that are inside of the Big Ten. And then you have your Super Bowl, which is the Big Ten versus the SEC. Because the reality is it is going to take a rather substantial surprise more often than not. Doesn't mean it's impossible, because I think Miami could win the whole thing, ACC. I think Texas Tech could win the whole thing. I think now people are starting to get hip to how good that defense is. But still, who is Texas Tech beaten outside of the Big 12? That it's going to take a really surprising run for somebody from one of those 2 conferences, much less the group of 5, to compete against the SEC and the Big Ten's best. Right now, it's almost like AAA ball is the Big 12 and the ACC, and AA ball and below is the group of 5. So that again, you can push back on why it wouldn't work, but that to me would be, I don't know if I would call it a solution so much as, because it's certainly not a solution for a number of schools, but that would be something that I would like to propose at the very least. Even though I know you can push back and say why it wouldn't happen. But at that point, you have 40 schools, and they are in their own world football-wise, but it's going to be the major detriment of a number of other schools.
Yeah, and I think it's important to keep all the teams alive, just for the popularity of the sport. You want teams in all parts of the country to think you've got a shot. If you put together a great season, you have a chance. I like that idea.
You have a chance at what?
At getting in the playoff.
All right, getting in the playoff.
Yeah.
Then how many of those spots do you want to allocate? Because that gets back to what Martin just said, which is 2 of the teams right now have no chance, who are in the playoff.
Right. I think it's important to keep the whole country involved and interested, and teams at that level to have a chance to win their conference and get in. I think that's important. I just think that.
So you want the conference champion from every conference to have a spot in the playoff?
Yeah, I could go for that. Yeah,
Well,
if we get back to reasonable conferences, it's just ridiculous that UCLA and Rutgers are in the same conference. It's so incredibly stupid that some geographical reorganization needs to happen, I think, to bring some common sense back into the equation. I know that doesn't necessarily solve a playoff format, but just the whole system is skewed right now. It's just absurd.
Do you think there was any part of the committee that said, we're going to push Notre Dame once and for all to do what we all do and join a conference? Do you think, and if that was their motive or part of their motive, do you think Notre Dame will dig in even more firmly, screw you?
No, I don't on the latter. And I actually don't on the former. I think it's a byproduct. They were boxed in. You take Notre Dame and Alabama, you disregard head-to-head, which diminishes long-term non-conference. You take Notre Dame and Miami, you've alienated the SEC. And I don't even think it was on the table, even though you could certainly make a case that it should have been. And then you do what you wind up doing, and you now have set up, you cannot have your ESPN Tuesday night show going forward. That seems to be the current talking point, is that is the problem. I always like when there's an out. It's kind of like when a talk show host blames media or society and screams. It sounds great, but who are you really talking about? Nameless, faceless reasons for change don't necessarily provide it. And in this case, you can blame the ESPN Tuesday night show, but what is that really going to solve? You still, no matter what, would have had Tulane and James Madison in the college football playoff because of, A, what Doug's pointing out, expansion has gotten it to ridiculous conference sizes, and B, the ACC had a tiebreaker that they thought would be the solution, but because the conference is so damn big, Duke and Miami only had two common opponents, and unfortunately for Miami, they lost to the wrong one. So my answer to that is no, Martin, but I do think Joel Klatt did an interview with Marcus Freeman before the season. You don't happen to have that, do you, Jackson?
I don't think so.
And Marcus Freeman said, we would consider joining a conference if being independent was keeping us out of the playoff. So he did say that. Now, that was back in August. But
that would require the committee to say, you being independent cost you. Like, they didn't say that, right? That's the other thing.
But, I mean, they're kind of... Like, what other reason would there be? They didn't have a chance to play this weekend. That would have been great for them. So... So you're
saying it without saying it. But wouldn't it be better if they came out and said, hey, we look at the fact that you don't have a conference championship to contend in. Why not say it?
I think it was more about their caliber of wins.
Yeah, that too. USC is their best win, and that's, that you can make the argument that, BYU has a better win. Notre
Dame's strength throughout the course of the season was when they played Miami and when they played Texas A&M, they were last-second games. It's kind of like 2023 Missouri. Their most impressive game, from my standpoint, not counting the bowl game, was their close game against Georgia in Athens because win-wise, I don't know, Tennessee. So that was Notre Dame's best win. I guess USC. Hell, BYU had a more impressive win than Notre Dame, at least ranking-wise, in Utah. So with that all established, I think that was a bigger hit for them. They play these ACC games in addition to the rotation of non-conference opponents in SEC, Arkansas, and Texas A&M, and in the Big Ten, USC. But they have to play ACC games, and they were stuck with just a bunch of crap teams because the ACC was stuck with a bunch of crap teams.
And after the Texas-Ohio State debacle and that whole conversation around it, the likelihood of Notre Dame scheduling more marquee games going forward is probably dissipating.
Or on the other side of it, why would you schedule Notre Dame?
Yeah, right.
Why would you? Texas A&M, and I realize, we're talking about a game that was 3 months ago, but Texas A&M is a 10-2 team if a blatant hold is called on their touchdown that won the game in the final seconds against Notre Dame, or if Notre Dame's quarterback doesn't mishandle a snap on an extra point. What did Texas A&M get out of going there? If they schedule Louisiana or Central Arkansas or some rando butt-ass, like, plenty of schools do. I'm just citing, Missouri's non-conference because it's fresh in my mind. Then they're 11-1.
They're the same
but they
place.
took the risk of going up to Notre Dame, giving Notre Dame a quality opponent when they get to play their independent schedule. My point being, non-conference is zero upside. It kept Texas out and had things, again, we're talking about a sliver sliding door on 2 plays in the final moments in South Bend back in September. Texas A&M is 10-2. And what would people be saying? Texas A&M didn't beat anybody in the SEC. What's their best win? Either in Columbia or in Baton Rouge, and those are bottom division teams in the SEC this year. And they lost to Notre Dame.
Yeah, they beat
so they would have
Vandy.
been in the Vanderbilt spot.
Yeah, they beat Vandy.
So my point being, non-conference. If you're scheduling responsibly because everything's about your record and then comparing, then okay, I understand. But then why would you go outside your conference and bring on risk? This isn't college basketball where, okay, you lose a non-conference game and it probably doesn't really matter. It doesn't blow you up. You only get 12 of these things.
That's a tough job being on that committee, though, knowing that whatever you do, millions of people are going to be furious at you. There is no exact right answer in most years.
Thankless job.
Yeah. And that guy that did the interview with Reese Davis, he was just as nervous as he could possibly be.
His eyes were shifting all over the place.
Yeah, he didn't want to take the fault for all of that. He was just, here's what we did. Here's the way it broke down.
Here he is, actually, Doug, talking about what made Miami pass Notre Dame.
The obvious question is, first, you moved Miami ahead of Notre Dame. Neither team played. Every single ranking up to this point, you had it the other way. Why, without benefit of another game being played, did this change?
Well, Reese, first and foremost, the debate I hear you guys having in my ear in the studio, I'm sure it's been debated over the last 12 hours, and that was the debate we had in our committee room into the early morning hours, and then again as the sun was coming up. And the first move in that was we felt like the way BYU performed in their championship game, a second loss to Texas Tech in a similar fashion, was worthy of Miami moving ahead of them in the rankings. And once we moved Miami ahead of BYU, then we had that side-by-side comparison that everybody had been hungering for with Notre Dame and Miami. And you look at those two teams on paper, and they're almost equal in their schedule strength, their common opponents, the results against their common opponents. But the one metric we had to fall back on, again, was the head-to-head. I charged the committee members to go back and watch that game again, the Miami-Notre Dame game, because it was so far back. And we got some interesting debate from our coaches on what that game looked like as we watched it. And with that in mind, we gave Miami the nod over Notre Dame into that 10 spot.
So it didn't matter until they were literally next to each other. They're separated by 3 going in, but once they were next to each other, that's when they could use the head-to-head metric. But in reality, they only moved Notre Dame down because they couldn't have Alabama in that spot where if they lost the game, the SEC championship game could cost Alabama being in the college football playoff.
But if you're a Notre Dame fan, isn't that the beef? You're not complaining that Miami got in over you as much as you are Alabama got in with their third loss, which clearly, and they got beat up in the title game, but it clearly didn't matter. I think that's the frustration.
And then led to believe that they would be in based on the rankings previously.
Right. And then if you're like in Oklahoma, thank God you didn't have to play the SEC title game.
Hell
A&M
yeah.
too.
Well, the best spot to be in this thing, as it's currently constructed, and again, I think that this is the last year that it'll be this way, is the 5 spot. The 5 spot's glorious. There wasn't a happier guy around the country in college football than Dan Lanning. He knew he was going to be, at worst, a 5, might have been a 4. And so what do you get? You get James Madison or Tulane. He gets James Madison in Eugene. What does that mean? Operating on the premise that you're able to navigate your 17.5-point favorite, you then get to play the least of the top 4 and play them on a neutral site. And that's what you get. So it's actually, strangely, better to be the 5 than it is.
Yeah,
and that's, I mean, it's just, it's like I said, it's obviously a flawed system, and therefore the positive of it is it's going to lead to changes, and I think the changes will be substantial. Your thoughts are welcome by texting in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in. Talk it over with other TMA listeners. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, or open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL. Doug, we are at 6,270 subscribers. How about this week we get to 6,300?
That'd be wonderful.
Brick by brick by brick. Subscribe to the page and talk it over. 247 friends are in there right now and talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Nico Z902X is talking to Dave Madden, who's talking to John Scores and Trey Davis. You can talk with them as well, or just watch the program. And that's at YouTube. And then, of course, call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program will feature Chris Kerber at 8:15. And the Stiefel Dossier has Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock and comedian Bert Kreischer, 9:45. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. And Design Air is where we go to get our furnaces tuned up for the cold weather. And man, is it cold in St. Louis. If you have any issues going on with your furnace, just go to designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA, and Seth Goldcamp is going to be giving away a $10,000 HVAC system for the winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month in January. The competition will begin on January 5th. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is called TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Great to welcome a new sponsor here on TMA, and that is Decor, Interiors, and Jewelry. I was out there last week, got a chance to talk it over with the super friendly staff, including owner Joe Fredlick and a variety of people at Decor, Interiors, and Jeweler on Olive. And I was in there for about an hour just talking it over. Really friendly staff. A number of people who have been working with Joe for years. If you have not seen the jewelry department at Decor, Interiors, and Jewelry, you're missing out on the most incredible selections of diamond jewelry that St. Louis has ever seen. The choices are dazzling. When Joe and his buyers go to market, they look for the most unique pieces at the most affordable prices, and you're going to find incredible gifts in all price ranges. Hoop earrings in every carat weight, diamond studs in all sizes, and unique diamond bracelets from all around the world. Plus, you're going to find an entire room filled with beautiful engagement rings, and you can pick from a huge selection of loose diamonds, and Decor will help you custom design the perfect setting that fits your love and your budget. The experience and the personal friendly service that Decor gives their customers is what really sets them apart. More than half their business is repeat customers, spanning 2 and 3 generations. What does that tell you? The credibility of repeat business is one of the best tells on making sure you're working with a quality place. Visit them online at decor-jewelry.com or at Olive and 141. Decor, always unique, always affordable. Open Sundays through Christmas Eve, 11 to 5. Missouri, Kansas, with the city red floor.
Pissed me off.
The city red floor?
The floor?
I get the T-Mobile sponsoring. Can you get the pink floor, the pink paint out of there? I mean, what are we doing?
City red.
But we're not talking about it.
I saw a
Mizzou
dog.
plays Kansas. We're so excited. They lose to Kansas. Can't talk about it.
I don't like your tone.
Oh.
Name this segment. I don't like your tone.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, a big part of the St. Louis community. Founded here in 1979. Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman in here on Tuesdays. And they can come into the studio because they are local. And don't you want a local law firm if you need a personal injury attorney, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? After an accident, money can be tight. That's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and they don't get paid unless you get paid. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. You can watch the program and see how cute we are by opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and subscribing to the TMA STL channel. And Doug's goal is to get to 6,300 subscribers this week. Doug, currently, we're at 6,270. Brick by brick by brick. Type it. Talk it over with other TMA listeners like J.C. Penney Chat Support and Bourbon Bob, and of course Nipper School Monitor. Doug, what do you want to go with second? A lot of college football, about a half hour's worth of college football playoff talk in the first segment. Where you want to go second? Because we're not allowed to talk about Missouri and Kansas.
I guess it would be Blues.
Blues hockey.
Here we go, Note. Here we go. Suddenly they look pretty good. Look pretty good this weekend. I don't know what changed necessarily, but
Jordan Kyrou got hurt, and so he wasn't able to play, according to Harrison's brother Master. That's the key.
Yeah,
That's the key, is what they're saying.
I don't know. The goaltending was awfully good the last two games. That helped.
They just darn near gave up that last second goal last night.
Ooh, cats and dogs.
And I don't want to get too into the weeds. Maybe we'll do this with Curbs, but it did have a little bit of that Winnipeg feel to it, because there was a moment, I want to say there was about 20 seconds left, and Pew Suitors got the puck along the boards, and he just kind of flips it about 10 feet ahead right to a Montreal player.
Right.
I'm like, can you just skate with it, just hang on to it? You don't have to give them the puck.
It's a bad play. If he just shoots it to the other side of the ice, the time probably runs out. I've decided I have post-traumatic, they pulled their goalie disorder.
Yes.
I'm sure they're going to score.
Yes.
And they darn near did right in the last second.
And then Bennington, he made the stop. And then wisely, and Jim Montgomery said it was a smart move because he doesn't want to have a face-off, so he chucks the puck off to the side just to keep the clock ticking away, except it went right to a Montreal player who whipped it right back in front, and holy smokes, they almost did it. But they didn't, Doug. Back-to-back now for the third time this year. They have not been able to win 3 in a row.
This week sets up for potential friendliness. If you want to get it going and get people buying in, and I'm not saying people should be buying in, for the record, I think they were a bad weekend in Canada away from there being moves made this week. But instead, it goes the other direction. And they're getting a Boston team. Now, Boston certainly handled them here recently, but getting a Boston team that is certainly gettable. And then they get the Nashville Predators. The opportunity is there. The opportunity is there. Boston at home tomorrow night, and then off on the road they go on Thursday. But it's a friendly situation for the Blues.
And with these 2 wins, we finally put a little breathing room between ourselves and those 8th-place Predators.
Nice.
That feels good.
You want Money Puck update?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett's Money Puck update for the Parade Down Market, which is taking place June 16th.
I don't have the dates, Tim.
Pretty precipitous growth here. To make the playoffs, it was in the 4 or 5 percentile about a week and a half ago, up to 20.2%.
How about that? 2 points back of the wild card.
Yeah, but I heard the committee thinks they don't have passed the eye test.
And then to win the cup, last week it was 0.2%.
Yep.
0.4%.
Oh, double their chances.
Here they come.
We're actually only 2 points out of the first wild card spot.
Fight.
I love our club. Well, they just
you know what
have
this
to be-
reminds me of is this reminds me of the Cardinals in this sense. They're hovering, but fans know it in real. That's my read. I'm not saying everyone. I want to make that clear. Now, the counter to that would be the following. In their last 16 games, they've picked up at least 1 point 12 of those 16 games, 75% of the time. That has to be of note. That has to be of note. And they're doing it here with, a dilapidated roster. Not only the Jimmy Snuggerud situation, but as referenced earlier, Kyrou was gone for basically both games. Got hurt early on Saturday. So, I mean, this thing is not operating at its standard level with regard to health. But then at the same time, guys have come up from the minors and they're seizing their opportunity. It's one of the things Montgomery talked about in his postgame.
And I think they just have to be better than they looked the first 2 months. They have to be. Guys like Robert Thomas, he's sitting on 4 goals. Parayko hadn't scored yet. These guys are just better than what they've shown the first couple months. At least their history would tell you that they're going to pick it up. If they're going to get their numbers anywhere close to what they usually are, they've got some good games ahead of them, I would think.
Well, there was an early stretch where they were just bad. And I think when JR said this team is bad, I think he was accurate. But over the last 10-ish games, they've been largely better. They're in the games. They're not scoring a ton, but the goaltending outside of really 2 bad ones last week in terms of goals allowed. I know Montgomery wasn't too disappointed in Bennington Thursday in Boston, but that was the game after he'd gotten pulled. But for the most part, the goaltending has been much better, and the games have been closer. Because for a while there, they were just getting skull-pounded regularly.
Notice how the Blues seem to win when Kyrou's out? That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer.
They're in Boone County somewhere?
Yeah, that's correct, mid-Missouri.
Okay. I don't know that you can pin it all on Kyrou. He's still...
Poor guy gets hurt, and now people
Now they still gets blamed. On power play situations, he's still their most talented offensive guy.
I mean, it is crazy. You look out and you see Kaz Kamaki and Matt Luff, who I thought was made up, but apparently is a real player.
You thought he was AI?
I just thought they just kind of Al Fornicolo, whatever the guy's name, I thought they just started doing it to us.
Well, sometimes when a top player goes down, somebody else finally gets a chance. And
like Cesar Cedeno.
Turn out to be a decent player. Well, Cesar Cedeno was one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, but I mean, it was
Houston.
an opportunity for him. And Dan Dreesen.
Well, Dreesen was always kind of middle of the pack guy.
But he excelled.
Cedeno was better than that.
So you're thinking like Rico Washington, who came here and had a chance.
I'm not thinking about any of these guys.
What about Brian Barton? And then there was Brian Barton.
No, sometimes
Separate
it doesn't
from Brian
work.
Barton.
Sometimes Lou Gehrig steps in for Wally Pipp and it works, and sometimes it doesn't.
Doug, sometimes I pop into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and sometimes I don't. In this case, I just did, and the first comment I saw was, Vince Vaughn isn't that kind of right-winger. He seems pretty irreligious to me, but maybe I'm off base. And this is from Swingers,
What kind
from
of
Wedding
comment is that?
Crashers. What about the breakup with Jennifer Aniston? Vince Vaughn is not that kind of right winger, and is he somebody that the Blues have called up as well?
Vince Vaughn, he's too old for start. I don't even know if he can skate.
He plays a lot of hockey, the NHL video game in Swingers.
He does.
He sat right
Gretzky.
behind me.
Look at Wayne's head.
I don't want to. Vince Vaughn sat right behind me in the 2005 NCAA championship game at the Dome.
Oh, really?
Oh, is he a fan of the show?
Exact seat
U of I
right behind
guy,
me.
right? Because
What's
he's
that?
Chicago native. I'm sure he's a
I
U of I
guess,
guy.
yeah, I think so.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah,
Nice little feather in your cap.
Yeah.
That was like right
Big
around.
moment for me.
That was right around Wedding Crashers. He was a big star.
He was
he
a big
dating
star.
Aniston at the time?
I don't know who he was dating. I didn't talk to him.
Got to do show prep. Kyrou's a loser.
Jeez.
Doesn't matter how many goals scores Doug bend over.
Oh.
That's from Steven time, and it was set with caps.
Of the brothers' time.
Yeah, Ed and
It's a
Steven.
really poor text. I know it's early. It's Monday, but you got to shake out the cobwebs and do better than that.
2005, he began dating Aniston. You met him at this might have been the peak of his.
Oh, was Jen with him?
I didn't see her, no.
Did you ask for a selfie?
I didn't.
You get an autograph?
I don't think people were taking selfies back then.
Autograph?
team is 3-0 without Cryu, including Health Bomb. That's from Harrison's brother, Master, who has sent it in 3 times.
Okay. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if they were to deal him. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But if you do, you better get somebody who can score a little bit. Because they're already offensively challenged.
But, Doug, they beat Montreal last night, so they won the Bolduc trade. Because they went to Montreal, beat that squad.
And Bolduc didn't do a lot.
So they won the trade.
I would say so.
You can call in on who won the trade or Vince Vaughn as a right winger. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of those phone lines. And then Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, where they're talking Vince Vaughn and a wide variety of topics like Big Blonde Dan, AJM57, Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Hopefully you have some time off in the month of December around the holidays. Settle in with friends and family and enjoy a libation or two and make it a Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Longtime sponsor of the Morning After, and specifically the YouTube chat, where Doug is hoping that we get to 6,300 subscribers this week. Go and subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. And somebody just posted, Doug, I just subscribed to the YouTube channel. Can you take off your shirt for me? That's from Dumb Dane Duo 5987.
Take off that shirt, you hear?
No. You get that on my OnlyFans page, but not on this.
Oh, is that right? How's that doing?
Doing very well, thank you.
Dougie Flesh.
Mm-hmm. Total noodle frontity.
Clip that off. Jackson, it sounded like you had a lot of vomit in your mouth there.
I still got some mucus in my
is that
system.
how you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's the King's English.
How much would you have to make before you agree to do nudes on an OnlyFans page?
You'd be surprised.
At this point in your career, what would it take?
Well, I'd be more interested
50?
for you at this point in your career. See if that filter's really gone.
I mean, how much would it take for you to have that become what you're known for the rest of your life? Because that's what it would be.
Yeah.
You'd be stained by it for the rest of your days.
But you'd have cash and you'd be able to ball strike every day in Juketown.
Would also take away from the diaper talk.
It's true.
Kind of shift the narrative.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm out on it personally as of right now.
Not going to take
the
the
cash. Yeah, we'll see how Q1 2026 goes.
At your age, it's a good idea.
And Papers, I hate to...
It doesn't seem like you hate to do it.
I hate to give in to the negativity of the text line, which is just omnipresent. But every once in a while, a text just keeps popping up, and I don't know exactly what it means. So I hate to potentially feed the beast. But the question is, it just says, Jackson and Marshy mailbag madness? Really? Jesus. And that was sent multiple times. And I'm not entirely sure what it means.
That was the Movie Boy episode. Thanks for listening. This week.
It's in my, what do you call that?
Q,
yeah.
Yeah, sure. That was the episode this week.
Okay.
So someone's complaining about something that they don't have to listen to.
Okay. That's what I did. Honestly, didn't know
kind of the backbone of the show?
Oh, I'm not saying that it's not, the coal in which this engine burns, but...
Did you like that, Doug?
I didn't care for the sentence.
Folksy.
I thought it was folksy.
Take that shirt off, then. If you don't like what they're
That's
doing
Bert
here,
Kreischer,
start
who'll be
selling,
with us at
start selling
9:45.
chest.
That's what he does.
That's right.
He gets tired of people saying, "Hey, right now, Bert, you got a shirt on while you're talking to us?"
Is that Imus? Imus
interviewed him.
Imus' son, Dan. Danny Imus, is he in Syracuse doing mornings?
Probably.
Guys, I was at the SLU game yesterday and saw Tim on the celeb cam. It was an honor to share a building with him for a couple of hours. That's from the 573.
How was the crowd? Actually, I couldn't tell entirely, but decent, I would say.
Yeah, I would say. I think there is a real appreciation amongst Billiken fans that they got something. Got a chance to talk to friend of the program, Chris May, athletic director. And he had just gotten back from Akron for the Billikens' comeback win over the Zips. And we were talking about how important that Santa Clara win was to their tournament prospects. I mean, they are a damn good team. They are deep. And I think that people are going to start paying attention to the Billikens. I really do. I mean, I've been doing this 21 years. It's not like I'm on some Billiken campaign. Call it how I see it. I think that's a really good basketball team. And with regard to the soccer team, which some people are saying, how come you haven't talked about it? We did talk about it at the beginning of the show. Did anybody else watch that live? I don't think anybody busted anybody's balls for not. I was watching it live. And there were some guys on Akron who were, listen, if they were on St. Louis U, I would say the same thing. They were out of line with the way they were acting. I mean, it was rough. And they were doing the Shane Beamer College Station celebration at halftime up 2-0. And I was like, man, number one, for the way that they're acting, and number two, for this celebration at halftime, it would be incredible if the Billikens were to come back and win this thing. And sure enough, they didn't just come back and win it in overtime. They won it in regulation, 3 goals. I mean, so I loved it. It's outstanding.
What was Akron doing that upset you so much?
Yeah, if I could pull up the clip, there was a scrap. I wouldn't say scrap, but I mean, it was aggressive behavior from a couple of guys I was surprised that there weren't, some serious ramifications to it. And then eventually they got themselves a red card, and that's why the Billikens were able to mount the comeback. They were playing a man down.
Bully our bunch.
I guess so. I don't know, but have fun putting your head on the pillow the rest of your life after being up 2-0 and 45 minutes away from the Final Four in Akron. I guess it was sweet to be tough and cool and run your mouth and try scrapping, and then it costs you with a red card. And the boys come back, and they're playing with house money in the Final Four, and it'll be Friday night against NC State, and a chance to play for the national championship if they're able to get past the Wolfpack.
Yeah, and as great as the tradition is at SLU, it'd been a while. It'd be nice to update that tradition talk with something current. 97, that's a long time ago. Last time they were in the Final Four. The way they've done it has made it even more fun, this ride they're on, because you had to go to Indiana, which is a tough place to win. They did that. Then you go to Bryant, which we learned is in the Providence area. But you have to win on penalty kicks. So your season's on the line, so dramatic fashion, then the comeback. So it's all these things put together, it feels like, has made it more fascinating, even for like the casual fan. I think I like logistics a little too much. I was following SLU's Twitter account on Saturday for soccer, and they had the trophy. They're going to the College Cup, and I was wondering, God, I hope they don't have to bus back. I hope they don't have a... But they were on a private plane. Thank God.
Oh, nice.
They were getting on.
Jackson, did you lend them your plane?
Yeah, I gave them the bird.
Oh, my God.
Nice gesture.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, this is big-time D1 soccer. I would hope, and maybe I like the logistics too much, but I wanted to, and they were getting on the plane with the trophy, and God bless Chaffetz or Chris May, whoever made it happen, that's what you do.
Guys, Kellen Thames is a bad, bad man. That's Mary Jo from Missouri. He absolutely stands out when you're watching that team play.
He's a great ball player.
He is athletic AF. I was talking to your compadre, Ryan Luchtefeld, after the game, and former Billiken, and he's like, man, that guy is athletic. Because we remember Kelly Thames, 3 of us do, his father, and that wasn't necessarily the style that he played. Great player, don't get me wrong, but Kellen is absolutely athletic as hell, and he stands out. It's going to be fun when they play some top competition. But Santa Clara is a good team. I just realized around here how many people, A, were watching that on Thanksgiving, and B, are aware of that. But that will do them favors as they go forward, and I think more and more people are going to catch on that there might be a special team playing at Chaffetz this year. All right, finally, after 5.5 years, an interview that Pat Maroon and I did with David Freese is being released today. Jackson, when is that being released?
Noon.
All right. High noon, Doug. Okay. Pat and I were going to do a show during COVID, and we did, but then Pat decided, I'm going to go win 2 more Stanley Cups. And so that was the end of the run for the podcast. Thank you, Martin. Because if I say it, it comes off as like sour grapes. But we'll have a clip of Freese and Maroon for an interview you'll be able to hear in its entirety. And if you subscribe to the TMA podcast, it'll be in your feed at high noon. Chris Kerber is going to join us at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And comedian Bert Kreischer at 9:45. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan. If you're like me, this time of year can feel a little blah. The holidays expensive, so are the heating bills. The weather's cold, and you know what's coming next. Months of winter. That's exactly why Universal Windows Direct is helping homeowners beat the winter blues with a deal that's all about comfort, savings, and something to look forward to. And right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free with no limit. Whether you're replacing a few or doing a full home upgrade, it is a great way to stretch your budget further. Even better, you'll get 0% interest for 60 months. That's 5 years of zero interest financing, making it one of the most flexible payment plans they have ever offered. And here's the bonus that really makes this feel like a gift: a free vacation voucher with your project. Yep, you're improving your home now, and you'll have a future trip to look forward to later. It's all from Universal Windows Direct. So don't let winter wear you down. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. New windows, lower energy bills, a future vacation, and peace of mind. That's how you beat the winter blues. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win yesterday 4-3 over the Montreal Canadiens. Off today, back in action tomorrow against the Boston Bruins. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you wanted Jason Alexander paying tribute to Billy Joel.
I did.
You got it.
All right, thank you.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. So many topics, so little time. Chris Kerber going to be with us coming up at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Comedian Bert Kreischer, 9:45. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. There is your Stiefel dossier. And then at high noon, even when this show is over, it somehow, Doug, still finds a way to give back to the audience.
Okay.
And after 5.5 years, with really no good explanation as to why it's taken 5.5 years, the interview that Pat Maroon and I did with David Freese will be released, so subscribe to the TMA podcast channel. Jackson, you've got a clip. I think there's a lot of profanity in this interview.
Oh, no.
That's certainly not me. These two guys. I said to them, every time they would say an F word, I'd go, how do I explain this to my, I guess, kid at the time? Now I have to. But how do you explain it to your kids? And so did you use the shoes?
I did.
Did you handle it?
Yeah.
All right, what do we have here?
This is Pat and David Freese kind of talking about their massive moments in their career where they, for Pat, win a series for the Blues, and then for Freese win Game 6 of the World Series, and kind of comparing and contrasting their experiences both during and after.
Yeah, as you know, it's just insanity. So
it's insanity, though. Like, I get the chills every time I hear that, just only because I'm a St. Louis guy. You're a St. Louis guy.
All right.
I'm a diehard Cardinals fan, and then I ended up going to the Blues and bringing their first Stanley Cup home. You hit that home run. I scored that goal. I was like, holy, what just fucking happened? And I can only imagine when you're around the bases, but I was thinking, like, my life's over. But it's really not. It's just we're moving on to the conference finals. But, I mean, obviously you went on to win the World Series, and you were a huge piece of that. What did you do that night? I can only imagine.
Your first thought is you got one more game, the next night. But I went back I didn't even sleep that whole night, honestly, after Game 6. My buddy I was staying at my buddy's apartment that whole month on this couch because I was moving apartments and I didn't have cable yet. So I was like, screw that. I can't stay at my place. So every time we were home, I just stayed at my buddy Danny's place.
Danny Creeks?
Danny Trouser. Yep.
Nice.
So, we just did that, and some people came back and just hung out, but obviously just couldn't sleep, thinking about what had just happened.
I was the same way, man. Like, I went to OB Clark's that night, and I got absolutely...
Well, it sounds like it was a different experience. He went to Kreishauser's couch. You went to OB Clark's.
Well, there was a different... They had a...
That's two totally different nights.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is he had to play the next night and win the World Series.
Absolutely.
We won the series, so we had like a couple days in between. So I went to OB's and I got absolutely bamboogoed, and it was an unreal night.
There is a difference. Bamboogoed. Have you ever heard that term?
No.
What does that mean? Can you spell it?
Did he have something to drink?
I don't think Pat.
Well, at least they had clinched at that point that series.
Yeah.
With the Stars against Jim Montgomery.
What do you think? Bamboogoed. BAMBOOGOED. How do you like on that? You think?
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
I'm concerned that Freese had to sleep on somebody's couch in the middle of the World Series.
Because his cable is out.
Couldn't have been that comfortable.
So he has the biggest moment in perhaps Cardinal history, one of the most signature moments in baseball history, and he goes over to Danny Krieg's couch.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of nonsense throughout the course of what I think is about an 80-minute conversation with Freese and Maroon, and unfortunately, they are not happy this interview exists.
No.
Do people in 2025 care about either one of these guys?
Oh, God.
Doug, that's from the amateur proctologist. Jackson and I were talking about the release of this interview on QFTA last week, and I said, no matter what, somehow there will be massive unhappiness. And here we are. Why are we talking to Pat Maroon or David Freese in St. Louis? It's a great question.
But it comes from the amateur proctologist. You shouldn't be an amateur and be in that business. If you're going to start digging in holes, you need to be a professional.
What holes?
With a rectal.
Cut that off.
Rectum. Hell, damn near killed him.
Sick.
My favorite punchline of all time.
How many times have you grabbed the poop?
Oh.
That was asked to
Mike Shula.
They asked Shula or Sellers?
Sellers about Mike Shula.
Okay.
They didn't go well from there.
What makes you say that?
The
Mike Shula's
record,
gone.
Performance.
The fact that Mike Shula has been terminated.
Employment
was replaced
status.
by former Rams wide receiver Mike Furry. Mike Clark.
Yes. I think so.
Chris Kerber is going to join us here in a matter of moments. Blues on a heater again. Here we go. Here we go.
Right.
Picking up a point. 12 of the last 16. 2 points back of both wild card spots. Both of them gone. Let's make it 4 in a row. Take care of the Bruins. Take care of the Predators. Here we go.
All right.
Doug, this 2025 calendar, not done yet.
That's right.
Don't give up on this year.
If we can just stay hot, we can win this baby.
That's right. It's all happening. Chris Kerber's going to join us next. Colonel's going to be with us at 9 o'clock, getting you ready for the Gator Bowl.
He has a level of interest in the Gator Bowl on a 1
chance in hell he's going.
10, just tone. Probably about a 2.
Maybe.
He'll be.
I think he's more despondent regarding he's got a basketball team problem that he's got to deal with for the next few months. That's my read.
Do they do post game every basketball?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. Even like when they play the randos.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's tough.
Yeah, boy. Oof.
He doesn't do like a post-game show, but he records the post-game interview. Like he doesn't do a post-game show.
Not an hour and a half breakdown.
For Cleveland State.
I can't imagine there'd be many people hanging around to talk about a Cleveland State game.
No.
But Papers, we can talk to you about Mizzou basketball prior to
About
game?
half an hour.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
8:45 is
Getting
when we're
my
told
questions
it's
ready.
Okay to talk to the Colonel. 8:45. Colonel's at 9 o'clock, and he is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who is my insurance agent and is online at carltoninsurance.net. And now he's Jamie Rivers' insurance agent. And now he's Brandon Kiley's insurance agent. They heard me talking about him and said, why not? I'll give him a call and see what I can do. And sure enough, James Carlton saved them a bunch of money. They made the switch. The number is 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton, who is saying he has never seen insurance rates this low for auto in his 18-year career, so he can save you money right now. A phone call could save you thousands of dollars. Why not make it 314-961-4800 online at carltoninsurance.net. Chris Kerber next here on TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, Missouri, if you have not heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. Martin, you hit on a big play this weekend?
I believe the over-under, I remember I went random. I went Jets-Dolphins, okay? It ended up being a game. Brady Cook made his NFL debut. Isaiah Williams out of Trinity, Illinois, Trinity High School, Illini, ran one back. So the Jets are not very good, but the over-under, I believe it was around 41 or 42. It got to 44.
Yes!
We make picks, you win money. Last Monday, remember, we had the over-under on the Monday Night Football. We went over. Thursday Night Football, we went over.
All I remember the Orlando Magic and Los Angeles Lakers Raptors under picks. It's the only thing I remember.
So rather than give you a pick, I just want you to pay attention that we are giving you money.
That's right.
Jets, Dolphins. No one saw that coming. Doug told me not to do it. Did it anyway. They got to 44. Isaiah Williams. You can thank Trinity High School.
There you go.
R.I.P.
So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement because, Missouri, it is time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Well, it's that time of the year. All right, you've heard us talking about Classic Air Care all the time. It's the quality of service that you get from Classic Air Care. Let's start with how many trucks they've got on the road. They've got 100 trucks on the road. That means they've got enough people to get to you and get to you quickly. Look, it is not fun when that furnace shuts down, when that furnace breaks, when it's making some sound, or maybe it's not pumping heat the way you want it to pump heat. They get it. They want to make sure that the process in getting it fixed is quick, it's done right, it's done with great customer service care, all the way down to making sure that there are things on the tech's shoes to make sure they're not tracking any snow or grit into the house. That is the kind of service that they want you to for you to know that you can rely on. And why? Because they know it's stressful. They know how difficult it is when these things break and how frustrating it can be. So get online at classicaircare.com, book an appointment. Remember, if something does go wrong with your furnace, these are the people to call. They've got after-hour service as well. You can get those numbers online at classicaircare.com, or just pick up the phone and call them, and they will be there to help you out. It's really that simple. It is not fun when the furnace doesn't work in the winter. They know the stress that it can cause you and the family. They get out there quickly to make sure it's up and running, and you have to deal with as little hassle as possible. That's why Classic Air Care takes care of my home. That's why they can take care of yours. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And every Monday at approximately 8:15, Chris Kerber joins us to talk about the weekend that was for the St. Louis Blues. And he joins us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I am wonderful, brother. The weekend that was for the Blues was a very good one. Certainly two different styles of play, both for the Blues and their wins and the opponents that they were going up against. But as we were just discussing in the previous segment, and I heard you and Joey talking about on Curbside, they have won 12, or they've picked up points in 12 of 16 games. And you asked Joey this, and I want to ask you this. What does it tell you about the team? Because I think a lot of Blues fans are going, I just don't think it's there. But when you have been able to get into a spot where you've picked up 12 of 16 games with points, and you're still 0-7 in overtime, it speaks to the fact that perhaps they are not necessarily as bad as I think fans and some of us, including myself, thought it may look.
Well, I do have to go to the old Denny Green, and, with you are what your record says you are, right? So, to me, the way that you kind of look at it is, were they as bad as what it was looking like when you're seeing 5, 6, 7 goals go in a game? No, that didn't make any sense. So right about that Toronto game for that long road trip, they really kind of restructured things in the defensive zone. Now, that has come at the expense of offense because they've only scored more than 2 goals now, twice in the last 11 games. But they have shored things up defensively. And where's the proof in the pudding that? Well, the penalty killing has been fantastic. If their penalty killing wasn't good, they don't win these last 2 games. And you can go back maybe to the beginning of the year and say maybe that was one of the biggest issues, actually, was the penalty killing. But, Tim, you've got to – I'll go back to, just – a 4-0 lead on the road in Detroit, and you lose that game 6-4. It doesn't even get to overtime. And as you mentioned, 7 overtime losses. If you were even below average and only won 3 of those, right? At that point in time, you are talking about a 5 different point swing, and that right now would have you sitting there at 34 points. Well, 34 points would have you 1 point behind the Minnesota Wild for 3rd in the division and have you in the top wild card spot. Now, you're not there because you didn't achieve that. But I guess the point is it shows you, and I'll go back to when the team kind of made their, that transition from, 2006 to 2010, 2011. There's such a fine line in winning and losing these games. But you've got 11 wins right now on the season. And there's only like 4 teams in the Western Conference that have more regulation wins than you do, and that's the first tiebreaker. So it's really kind of a bit of an anomaly. So were they as bad as they were playing? I don't think so. I think they're right there in the middle of the pack where they should be. And the good news is these last 2 games have them just sitting 2 points out of one of those playoff spots with 52 games to go in the season. I'd say you're right in the thick of it.
And now that they've shored up the defense and solidified that, I guess the question is, can you do that and still find a way to score more goals than what they've been getting?
Yeah, it's the crazy adage, Doug, that how defense leads to offense, especially in hockey. And yeah, I think it's coming. I think what we've seen from Dylan Holloway the last few games, you got to love what you saw from Braden Shen last night in Montreal. You're seeing it come now. Jordan Kyrou is out now. Jordan, the good news is it doesn't seem to be all that severe, so he's going to get it looked at again today. His leg injury, but some of the more severe injuries may have been ruled out here. We'll see what a scan shows, but the reality of it is now is whether it be a week, 10 days, 2 weeks for Jordan Kyrou, other guys have to step up. But sometimes that just simplifies things, right? And you get back to the plumbing kind of hard-working style of play, and that's, I think, what we saw over these last 2 games, to be honest with you. So it's a good question, Doug. We'll just have to see if the offense does now come as they shore up the defensive side of it.
I know they like to move the lines around, but I'll tell you what, I think I would leave Shen and Holloway together. There does seem to be some chemistry there. I know it was obvious last night, and Shen seems to really like playing with him. So when they do move and mix, match, whatever, that's my request, if you could pass that along.
Okay, I'll send it. You should send a text too, and we'll see if we can lobby together on that one. Look, there's a couple things here. Number one, no matter how many times the Blues have tried to move Braden Shen to the wing, right? He plays better as a center. And I'm at the point, I'm like, just keep him in the middle. Whatever else you're going to figure out, keep him in the middle. He's still a centerman, right? So to me, there's that. There was great chemistry, obviously, with Holloway and Shen and then Cairo on the other side. That was the line that really fueled them throughout a good chunk of that second half last year. For whatever reason, there hasn't been enough consistency between there. Now, you can make the case that, they haven't given them enough time. Well, if they hold them together for 3 games, is that enough time? Whatever it is, coaches have to try something when you're not winning. I just get the sense that coaches in the NHL these days don't feel like you really have room for patience or chemistry to grow. Like, it's not like we're going to keep these guys together for 5 games. It's sort of like, well, I haven't seen it in the first 7 minutes of a game, so I'm changing it up, right? And the Blues have done an absolute ton of line changing. So I don't think that's on the coaching. In the end, it's the players that have to produce. But if those 2 guys specifically, and whether it's Matthew Joseph playing a really good, solid speed forecheck game that helps him out, kind of get on a stride, and that starts to lead this team, that's a huge bonus, and they'll start jumping in the standings if that happens.
The cynics, and there are many of them who listen to this show, let us know about it, would say that when Kyrou leaves the lineup, they become a little tougher, maybe a little more physical. You buy into any of that, or do they play it all differently when their top offensive threat goes down?
Well, it's not that they play differently, right? It's just those minutes are being used by a different player. And so for example, it was Matthew Joseph on that line last night, right? Matthew Joseph does not have the offensive skill that Jordan Kyrou has, okay? It's a very different style of game. So he just goes in and plays that, nose to the grindstone, dig it out, hit somebody, use some speed, cause some problems. If you have Braden Shen and Dylan Holloway playing that role, and they're getting the puck to Jordan Kyrou like they did last year, you saw how potent and fantastic it can be. I think it just goes that part with Jordan, Doug, to me, it's a different style of play, but you're talking 17, 18 minutes of a different style of play. I think our top players turn the puck over way too much. I think I don't think they make as many clean plays. I think Joe and I were talking a lot about that as the game went on, last night. If just simply catching some of these passes clean or making, more direct right onto guys' tape kind of passes, and it just makes the whole team, look faster. So I think what they're referring to is some of the inconsistency of just how much a guy like Jordan Kyrou can impact the game when he's really hounding the puck and all on it. And then you see the games where you don't see that style of play. And that, I think, makes it really hard on line mates. Line mates have to have predictability and consistency, and I don't think there's enough of that in the offensive zone for the Blues right now. But I think that's more what they're seeing. It's not that all of a sudden a team looks and goes, hey, this guy's out of the lineup, now we're going to play differently. It's just that, that those minutes are being eaten up by a different style of play, and, sometimes that style is a little more consistent.
Doug was saying earlier he's going
to either way, guys. You're not the challenge when it comes to that topic, and especially that player, is the fact that you just guys that can score 30 goals consistently in the National Hockey League don't just fall out of trees, right? So you've got to find a way, and you're hoping that as he continues to grow here, that consistency really starts to show itself night in, night out.
Doug was saying earlier he's got PTSD when the other team pulls the goalie. I think we're all there. And even in last night, man, a narrow escape. I was going back to about maybe 20 seconds left when Suter had it along the boards. And it kind of reminded me of Winnipeg. Could he just hold on to it a little longer or skate it up ice a little bit? Instead, he flipped it ahead. And I know he didn't mean to send it right to Montreal, but it does seem to be those moments there. And maybe the whole team has that. Do you think there's still a little something in their psyche?
I absolutely think there's something in their psyche because it's in everybody else's, right? So mine included, by the way. So I'm right there with you on that one, Martin. Yeah, you know what? I didn't mind that play. I didn't mind the play by Suter. He got it out, and you're looking, and there's 8 seconds to go. You're like, okay. And then they're able to get the zone. Well, it's actually a really smart play by Jordan Bennington to throw that puck to the corner. If it gets her and it's killed, that takes it off. But it didn't look like teammates were on the same page expecting him to do that, which that I can't for the life of me understand, because you know that you got a goaltender that'll make those kind of plays. But yeah, now on the flip side, let's look at it the other way. That's 2 games in a row now. They've locked it down and held on, to that 1-goal lead. So in one sense, I guess you can go back with a little PTSD. In the other sense, I'll tell you, maybe that tide is turning because they're finding a way to defend against it. But yeah, it definitely causes a little bit of indigestion, no doubt about it.
Well, nonetheless, even with that, they were able to get it done last night, and now the opportunity is here. You get Boston again, opportunity to bounce back quickly after playing them last week, and Nashville on Thursday, and maybe carry some momentum over from the 2 nights in Canada to St. Louis here tomorrow, and Nashville on Thursday. Blues and Bruins here on 101 ESPN tomorrow night. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Hopefully this is a good week for the Blues. Thanks so much, sir.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. We'll talk to you next Monday.
All right, man. You too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And, Doug, you know a little something about Callier and Thompson.
Well, I do. I've been out there a few times. Great place, great people running it. Bob Strati, Carolyn Beard have been there for more than 20 years. The business itself been around since the 1950s, sprucing up homes all over St. Louis, whether you need a new kitchen, a new bathroom, whether you want to have your basement done, knock out a wall on the lower level and open things up. They do it all, and they do it better than anyone in town. Their people have more than 165 years of combined experience. They've got it all right there under one roof. They've got the plumbers and the carpenters and the electricians and the painters. Got a great paint department there. You don't want to paint your home, let Callier and Thompson do it. They'll do it better than anybody else. Their core values are simply doing the right thing by the customer. If they come out, do a job, you're not completely happy, they'll get right back out there and make sure that you are. They won't be the cheapest in town, won't be the most expensive either. They're right there in that sweet spot where you know you're going to get a fantastic job. They're going to do it right. They're going to do it as well as anyone in town. That's the relief you have with Callier and Thompson. These are people you can trust. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up the work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available right there for you. You ought to check out their website. Look at some of their before and after pictures. Really amazing, some of the work that they have done. Callier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
There it is. Callier and Thompson phone lines is where Gabe DeArmond will be with us at 9 o'clock. Comedian Bert Kreischer at 9:45. And, of course, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. Well, they were not happy yesterday, Doug, and the good news is we have the audio of it coming up. That's next on TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Need an idea for dinner, lunch, you're out of ideas, or just sort of in a rut in the kitchen? Head to Schnucks and stop by the Bistro Case that's located in the deli, and it gives you some great options to serve for the family, for your friends that are coming over. Lunch, dinner, doesn't matter. Great options in there from the great chefs at Schnucks. Talking about blackened salmon, barbecue pulled pork, garlic, grilled chicken, options like that. Also great sides. They've got some special deals. You can get the sides and the meal for $9.99 starting at that price. So stop by Schnucks and make sure this time of year when you're loading up for the holidays, you've already downloaded the rewards app. Hopefully you've already done that. And every time you check out, you'll see how much money you have in that account. You can use it whenever you like. It's one of the great benefits of having the rewards, and now helping you out. Pick out your meal. Don't have to cook. Don't worry about it. Stop by Schnucks. Go to the Bistro Case, located inside the deli. Some great options there, made fresh daily for you. Let Schnucks do the cooking. Stop by and see him at the Bistro Case.
Jim Morrison, Val Kilmer, Meg Ryan? Meg Ryan?
I don't know the stars, Tim.
All right on that, Pappas?
Mm-hmm. In the Doors film?
Yeah. It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber with us in the previous segment. Miss anything, you can go back and podcast like the Dickens, PLTD. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, the TMA podcast. Schaefer Door is a longtime Morning After sponsor. That's Jason Gosrow, longtime Morning After listener. And if you run into any issues with your garage door, and I bet a lot of people will with these cold temperatures, Doug, I got a low of 11 for you on Friday.
I don't like it.
13 on Saturday and 14 on Sunday. That's when the garage door springs will break. That's where Jason Gosrow saves the day for you. Just go to schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text 636-782-3608, the number they set up for TMA listeners to get the quickest response. They also service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door Company. If that garage door spring breaks in the cold weather, Schaefer Door will fix it quick, fast, and in a hurry. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Jackson Burkett is approaching the time where he will talk about Missouri's loss to Kansas, which he's not happy about, but people around college football were not happy yesterday, and Jackson Burkett has that audio to try to distract us from Missouri's performance against Kansas. What do we have here, Papers? What is your best?
In terms of
anger, thoughts?
Probably the Notre Dame stuff.
Yeah. What do we got?
All right.
So no one for Notre Dame was available for comment.
Pete Bavacqua, Doug, is their athletic director, and he's doing a presser here in a couple hours. He is mad as a hornet.
Would he be related to Kurt Bavacqua, the Major League player?
Probably distant relative.
You'd have to think. Too unique of a name.
Was that the name that Mike Shannon early on struggled with? I believe there's some great story there where Jack Buck said, and announced the lineups, and there's then there's this other guy, Kurt something or other. I believe it involved Kurt Bavacqua.
So this is Jen Landa. She works for ESPN, was on the CFP show, reporting based on text she had with the AD, Bavacqua, at Notre Dame.
And I did talk to Notre Dame athletic director Pete Bavacqua just a few moments ago, and he said that was the overwhelming sentiment in that room. It was intense during the rankings reveal, during the playoff bracket reveal. He said that it was utter disbelief, shock, and sadness. He says this is a team that feels like they had the rug pulled out from underneath them. He said they thought they had won, and they had won convincingly, only to find themselves on the outside looking in. A few more notes from my conversation with Pete. He said Marcus did get up and speak to the team immediately afterward. Marcus, as we know, so eloquent, often such a great orator. He said that usually he has answers or reasons for why these things happen. He has none, and that was unusual. He said he has no answers. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up why Notre Dame is not in this playoff field. And then he said, no disrespect to any of the other teams. They are simply frustrated by the process. Why all of a sudden is Notre Dame on the outside looking in when they had been led to believe they would be in? In his opinion, any rankings ahead of the final rankings are a, quote, farce and total waste of time, Reese. So a lot of frustration here, sadness, shock, disbelief, as the Fighting Irish will not be in the college football playoff this season.
Okay.
Well, one of the reasons is their schedule.
You played a soft schedule, and you lost the 2 games that you needed to win.
That sums it up, Doug. It couldn't be more precise. Here is, for the record, their schedule in 2026, and I read this to make the bigger point. Notre Dame might start looking at joining a conference. They have 2 games that I would tell you are of note of their 12 in 2026. They host Miami. Miami could, at the very least, make some noise in the college football playoff. They are a 5.5-point underdog in College Station in one of the 2 games that people will watch in the college football playoff, since the other 2 will be Tulane and Ole Miss and James Madison and Oregon. So you have that, and they could make some noise. Hell, they could wind up winning the whole damn thing. They also could get blown out. So that's one of their games, and they have USC. Then Notre Dame's schedule in 2026 is the following. Wisconsin, playing them at Lambeau. Rice will come a-calling on September 12th. Do you think the Owls could make some?
No, I don't. Not since they lost Tommy Kramer back in the 80s.
Michigan State, They're fresh off of firing a coach, but Pat Fitzgerald will be there with the Spartans on September 19th. Then they travel to see Barry Odom in Purdue on September 26th. Then they'll see Bill Belichick on October 3rd with North Carolina, if he's still there. Then they got Navy. They got Boston College. They got SMU. They got Stanford. And they got Jackson and my favorite college football coach, Fran Brown, in Syracuse. And that's Notre Dame's schedule in 2026. So good luck to the Irish to get in.
I can't really blame them for that schedule. I mean, you make them a few years out, and a lot of those teams are sometimes pretty good. I mean, Michigan State has been a legitimate team in the past. North Carolina, a legitimate team in the past. Purdue is a rival they play every year. SMU, weren't they a playoff team just last year?
Yes.
I mean, you make a schedule a few years out, you don't know in 2026 that North Carolina is going to fall apart under Belichick. That might look like a decent
but the counter to that is if you're
in a
part of the conference, you don't have to worry about
right.
that.
If you're in a conference, you largely have big
and
time.
I am telling you, I think the thing, because I mean, like I said, I was texting like crazy with so many people over the weekend with this before the results were revealed, because you knew one of Alabama, Miami, or Notre Dame was going to get left out. So there was no way you weren't going to have all hell break loose. And the Notre Dame thing is, you can talk about it from the Notre Dame perspective of joining a conference. The other side of it is, and in a way, I mean, I was happy when Texas A&M beat Notre Dame because I knew Missouri was going to be playing Texas A&M, so I wanted it to be good for Missouri that Texas A&M was as highly ranked as possible when they would play them. But if Texas A&M would have lost to Notre Dame and been left out of the playoff, which I think would have happened because Notre Dame would have been in, and A&M at that time would have been 10-2. And like I said earlier, their best win was either Missouri or LSU in the SEC. Not their fault what the schedule was, but they had a light SEC schedule as it played out. Then people would go, why are we scheduling Notre Dame? Why are we giving Notre Dame a chance to get a good win when if we lose to them and then we lose another game in our conference, we could be on the outside looking into the playoff? So I think that is something that Notre Dame is going to have to deal with as well. Even if schools used to want to get Notre Dame on the schedule because it would be a glamorous opportunity, now what is the upside for you? The upside is strictly for Notre Dame, and you have nothing but downside. Talking about schools in specifically the SEC and the Big Ten, where you know you are going to be put to the test. And as Kirby Smart said yesterday, he said, look at the two rosters that played in the SEC championship game. We were beat up. Alabama definitely beat up. He goes, that's with 8 conference games. And we just played Georgia Tech. Imagine what it's going to be like next year when we have 9 conference games. He goes, this is going to be rough, and it's something that a lot of college coaches in the SEC are concerned about. Now, I personally love it as a fan, but what he's saying is because you play that level of competition and you are in a conference where there really aren't many gimmies, that their teams are extremely beat up. Again, I like that they're playing that competition week in and week out, but obviously Notre Dame did not. And if you're in basically all of the other conferences, you don't have the depth that the SEC has. And so both Georgia and Alabama got to the SEC championship game, but those certainly weren't the rosters that they had when they met on September 27th in Athens.
Well, I didn't like the fact that Notre Dame says, we're upset we're not going to a bowl game. I know bowl games they're not important, but it is a nice little vacation for the kids. It's kind of a reward at the end of the year for the players and the staff and everything to go somewhere. A lot of them will be playing their last game at Notre Dame. I think you ought to still go ahead and play in a bowl game.
Well, it was a player's decision, though.
I know, but I think they made the wrong decision. Oh, okay. I think they should. It looks like you're taking your ball and going home when you pout like that. I don't think that was a good decision.
Dickie V likes the big brands. Dick Vitale, Duke Vitale, by the way. Dick Vitale, not pleased.
Yeah, what do we got on this? Dick Vitale's talking tournament, but he's talking college football playoff tournament?
Hey, guys, I'm really addressing this to the College Football Playoff Committee. I know they're supposed to be necessarily dedicated guys, love the collegiate sports, but I'm really having a tough time. Every Tuesday for 5 consecutive weeks, you post on ESPN the teams you think, the top 12, that would be eligible at that time to qualify for the playoffs. Every week, not 2 of the weeks, but all 5 weeks, you had Notre Dame over Miami. You had Notre Dame in there, and every week. How logically do they drop out on the last week when they've done nothing in terms of losing a game? During that period, Miami lost 2 games to unranked teams. I have a real tough time with that. You make a big deal all about Notre Dame losing the opening game of the season to start the season, but yet you do nothing and say nothing about Alabama getting beat by Florida State, a subpar 500 team. I have a tough time logically understanding that. How do you explain the 5 weeks of having Notre Dame there and then bouncing them and then nothing? They didn't zilch in terms of doing anything and causing that to happen. Didn't lose a game, blew out everybody they played, and the bottom line is they got a raw deal. They got a raw deal. Those kids belong in the playoffs. They belong in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think he's not wrong about the rankings there, but I do wonder, was his wife moving China around?
Yeah, it's like he was in the kitchen, maybe.
Was Sally whipping something up? Mm-hmm. By the way, I got Billy Napier. Did you go to James Madison?
He did.
And so that his wife can whip up
Miss Sally.
Miss Sally.
Sunbelt Billy goes back to the Sunbelt.
Yeah.
Notre Dame. Who would have thought that they were kind of the poor little program, Doug, that you got to feel sorry for?
Well,
it would be more fun if they were in it. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah,
if they were in it, it'd be a lot more fun. Of these, and Tim pointed this out early in the show, how excited are even Alabama, Oklahoma? That feels like a mid-October game that I've seen 20 times.
I mean, there's one game of the 4 that I personally am looking forward to watching. I will certainly watch Alabama,
Miami A&M, is that the one?
A&M. But the fact that it's at 11 o'clock, you go, what in the hell is that? And the reason is the NFL has Saturday games. And so they don't want to go up against the NFL. The NFL has, I think it's a 3 or 3:30 game and a 6:30 or 7 game. I don't know. Point being, they have games in that slot. So that's the reasoning. Because when I saw the times, I go, your 2 best games, you're putting one on Friday, and that's fine. But then the other one is 11 o'clock. You're not going to have Kyle Field at night. You're going to have an 11 o'clock start. But they don't want to go up to the NFL. So they'll stick that goofball James Madison, Oregon thing at night, and they'll stick that Ole Miss Tulane rematch. My goodness. They're at 3 o'clock. Yeah, that's I mean, like I said, it's all changing. It will be expanded. I'll be curious to see what happens with the conference championship games. And Notre Dame is the sacrificial lamb. I do think, in one sense, of the 3 that could have been left out, Notre Dame, from a progress standpoint, is the one that most likely doesn't have the biggest impact. And my reasoning is the following. Oftentimes, like a political conversation, people fall, and this is human nature. This isn't chastising anything. It's human nature. Well, what do you root for? In other words, if Notre Dame would have beaten Miami and Notre Dame was behind Miami in the college football playoff rankings, what do you think Notre Dame fans would have been saying for the last month? Head-to-head should matter. So it just depends on your rooting interest. But so many people hate Notre Dame that, as opposed to addressing it from the logic standpoint, like, what if it was a school that you pulled for, or for those who attach themselves to conferences, what if it was a conference you cheer for? You have an independent school that is hated by so many people that I think it's clouding the actual conversation of logic and the application. Now, with that said, I still think you're going to experience an expanded playoff in 2026. My question will be, how will they accomplish that? Will the conference championships games go away? And I'm not sure on that one. I'm not sure if they will.
And this texter, this is something I was thinking about too. When you see the buys, the top 4 teams, all legit, but artificial unintelligence tweet said it's dumb the top 4 seeds don't get a home game. And I was thinking that if you're Indiana, wouldn't you love that experience?
Exactly right. Couldn't agree more. So that'd
be part of the expanded, where you would get a bye maybe, but you'd still be at home for your first game.
I think so much of what you're going to hear about in the offseason is the schedule. And I'm talking about not just the schedule of games, but the schedule with the transfer portal. And then, of course, the actual playoff. And so in one sense, they both are hand in hand, and I think that will wind up being a positive. I think from my standpoint, I would have liked Alabama being left out of the college football playoff, not again for any reason per se on the field, so much as that would kill the conference championship games because the SEC would never play it again. But I also never thought it was going to happen because they knew the SEC would raise hell, and the SEC and Big Ten, when it's all said and done, really run college football at this particular moment. And I have no idea why that is necessarily going to change because they've got the money and they've got the teams. And so why would they concede to help out the Big 12 or the ACC? We'll get the Colonel's thoughts. He is going to join us coming up in a matter of moments, brought to you by James Carlton. He is with us on Mondays and Fridays at 9 o'clock. And then we will be joined by comedian Bert Kreischer at 9:45. He's playing St. Louis, and you can get your tickets at bertbertbert.com. And you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And Martin, you're a Design Air guy just like me and Doug.
Had the folks from Design Air out. It's been about a month now. They installed the new HVAC unit. Just absolutely thrilled with the product, the service, and that includes the team coming out. Was it the Rugged Joe, Doug? I believe it was the Rugged Joe.
Yeah,
and his sidekick, Joey. They were there all day doing
Joey
the installation. Joe and Joey. It's like a concrete blonde, little performance there. And then after they did the great installation, then we had a little talk about how you use the whole system. There's a lot of great technology going on. And even before that, when they explain what the options are, there's a lot of different things now. You want to worry about the air quality in your home, humidity. It's a little more complicated than it was years ago. So make sure you're with the right folks. That's Design Air, who explain everything, give you a great deal, and then a finished product that you're proud of and you can enjoy all winter long and into next summer as well. So any issues, we always encourage you folks to go to the longest running sponsor of the Morning After, and that is Design Air. Get online, designairservice.com for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. There's only one choice. That's Design Air.
Colonel joins us next on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Missouri Tigers fall to Kansas yesterday, 80-60, the final score. Missouri tries to get back in the win column on Thursday as they take on the Hornets from Alabama State. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri. Missouri is where I live.
All right, Martin. It's 9 o'clock on the nose. Mark Hanna sponsored the 9 o'clock hour.
He's a well-oiled machine.
It is. It's amazing how this thing's so well mapped out. And I guess we are now finally allowed to talk about the Missouri-Kansas game. Jackson, are we allowed? Because we weren't allowed for the first 2 hours per the Stiefel dossier.
The embargo has been lifted.
All right, there it is.
Okay.
How you doing, Papers?
Not good.
Okay, let's see what the Colonel thinks. Colonel joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, brought to you by James Carlton. Colonel, I was listening to the post-game show yesterday, and you hit the whole quick right out of the gate. I'm concerned about this team, and I think that sums it up real nicely.
Dennis Gates' problem here has never been offense. It looked like the problem yesterday, and you know, credit to KU. The one thing they have never gotten enough credit for is they play unbelievable defense, and they played good defense yesterday. But Missouri's entire offensive arsenal right now is throw it to Mark Mitchell and let him go one on however many are in between him and the basket. And he actually does a really good job of it. Like, he scores at times where it doesn't look like he should be able to score. But when a team can throw 2 and 3 guys at that, I don't know what Missouri's next option is. Like, Jacob Cruz makes threes about half the time, and then other than that, there's not much else on offense.
Hasn't that kind of been the Mizzou way over the last 2 or 3 years, where they don't appear to have much of a system at all offensively?
Well, I don't know. People say that. Like, I don't feel qualified to say that watching the games. I mean, I don't sit there and break down exactly what they're doing, but like, he's had a top 10 offense 2 of his 3 years. So I don't really care if it's a system or not. The offense has worked. And most of this year, the offense hasn't been the problem. Like I said, it was yesterday. We'll see if it is going forward. But, you know, I don't know if that's fair to say that maybe they don't run a bunch of set plays. It's not Gene Hackman and Hoosiers, but the offense has worked.
A lot of college basketball in general is just find the three-pointer and let it fly. So I mean, maybe they're not so different than everybody else.
I mean, like, Nate Oates has the best offense in the country, and it's basically dunks and threes. You know, like, I don't know if he runs a whole bunch of set plays, but, man, Alabama can put up points. I tend to think if you have really good players, you know, I don't really care what the system is. You can largely run it.
Where do you think that other scoring could come from? Is it more from Ant Robinson? Is it getting a guy like Trent Burns going? Or
Jaden Stone.
Where do you see? Okay, Jaden Stone, obviously out, right? So you had said earlier, Papers, that you thought he was one of the keys.
I really do.
Jaden Stone certainly would help. He's been a good shooter. Trent Pierce being back, I think, would really help, but I don't even know if you can count on that happening at this point. Last I knew, he wasn't even practicing, so I don't know that that's a realistic goal. Look, if this team's going to be as good as people thought, it has to be Anthony Robinson. And I know he had 7 rebounds and 6 assists, and he's doing other things, and that's great. But he has to stay on the floor, and he has to be more of an offensive factor. And if he's not going to be, I don't know if this team can be as good as people thought it was, because I've seen enough. Javon Porter, not at this level. Luke Northweather, not at this level. Sean Phillips, not really offensively at this level. So, yeah, it's Jaden Stone and it's Anthony Robinson, assuming that Trent Pierce this year is not going to be what you hoped it was.
They've got a couple of easy games, it should be easy, coming up to figure things out. Alabama State and then Bethune-Cookman Cookman before things get serious against Illinois. You think they'll take these next 2 games to try to square that away, try to figure out what they need to do?
I don't care about these games. I mean, they've had 7 of these games and they've won them. These games don't matter. Yeah, they'll win, and they'll probably win by 40, and that means nothing going into the Illinois game. There was a good discussion on the broadcast yesterday of the way Bill Self schedules versus the way Dennis Gates schedules and why each of them do it. And Gates basically told the broadcast crew, from what I gathered, he uses these 13 games to figure out about his team and his rotations and all that, and that's all well and good, but you've only got 3 games in the non-conference that can do anything to show the selection committee that you're a decent team. They've lost the first 2. If they lose the third, I mean, they've got literally nothing that they can show the selection committee on Selection Sunday. And when you are at Missouri, that's what the goal is. It's the NCAA tournament. Every year you don't get there is a bad year. And Missouri has put itself in really a position where I think it's going to be tough.
What's the future, Gabe, on Mizzou, Kansas? Another year or 2, and it sounded like Bill Self wasn't locking into a long-term commitment.
I think they've got another year. I know Gates has said he'd like to keep playing it. I didn't hear what Self said. If they're going to keep this thing going, it has to be on campus. Forget the Kansas City thing. Fran and Tom Hart were basically saying this is like, it feels like a Thursday game in the Big 12 tournament. And I wrote a little bit this morning, and I don't know, maybe I'm sure there are people that feel differently. It's not the same. I mean, I'd like to keep playing it because it's better than a game against Alabama State or whoever Missouri would schedule in place of Kansas. So I think there's a reason to keep playing it, but I think it's also okay to admit this is just never going to be what any of us are used to it having been. It's different. It's a non-conference game. It doesn't matter as much. The kids didn't grow up with it, so it's not going to be the same. That said, there's a reason to keep playing it. I think they should keep playing it, but it's no longer what it was.
If you're Kansas, it seems like you might as well keep playing it. It's a game that does have some interest in the non-conference, and they usually pick up a win against an SEC team.
Yeah, and I mean, same with Missouri. Like, there's a reason to keep playing it. But yeah, Missouri does have to be more competitive in it than they've been. Last year was great, but 1 out of 6 isn't going to get the job done. And, I don't want to do the Illinois football, well, we never win this game, so we're canceling the series. But at the same time, I would kind of understand if you did.
You thrilled about the Missouri-Virginia matchup in the Gator Bowl?
I think it's as good as it could have been, given what the potential bowl matchups were. I mean, I didn't want to see, Missouri-Iowa again. Missouri-Illinois, Missouri-Iowa State. Like, I've seen those games. To me, a bowl game is about give me something different. I liked the year where they played Oregon State. I liked the year where they played North Carolina because you got to see something that you don't usually get to see. The Gator Bowl, they haven't been there in 59, 60 years now. So, yeah, that's a nice different one. 7:30 is not the perfect kickoff time, but it's better than 9:15, which the Texas Bowl is. So I think given all the possibilities, yeah, that's about as good as it could have been, other than maybe playing Georgia Tech, which would also have been a fun matchup, which I think would have happened had Notre Dame, been a big boy about things and actually played a bowl game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I thought they should play a bowl game, too.
Gabe, how are you handling the end of the era, the Chiefs dynasty?
I was mostly just mad at myself last night because, I have a lot of friends that are obviously Chiefs and Mizzou fans, and I texted them yesterday morning. I said, I think you need to prepare yourself for a really bad sports day because Missouri's probably going to lose, and I feel pretty confident the Chiefs are going to lose and be out of the playoffs. And I was mostly just mad at myself for staying up till 10:30 and watching it. But no, it's fine. if they never win another Super Bowl in my lifetime, like the last 7 years, talk about a spoiled fan base. It's okay.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear boos last night. That was not something I expected.
Quickly they forget.
I think some of that was booing the officials, but I'm sure some people were booing the team. Look, I mean, I saw calls for Andy Reid's job. We have no perspective as sports fans. I mean, I did not see a Super Bowl until I was 42 years old, and now I've seen 5. It's okay if they don't make it.
That is a wonderful perspective because on the baseball side over here for about 22 years, year in, year out, the Cardinals gave fans a hell of a run. And to get it in football, it's even more difficult. Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Colonel, your perspective, I will open it up as broad as I can on the college football playoff with the rankings and what you think we will see going forward.
All right, so let me be clear that I do not care at all if Miami's in or Notre Dame's in. Like, I don't like either of those teams. I want them to lose every game they play, except when they play each other, then I want them to tie. So it doesn't matter to me. But the problem, and Dan Wetzel has been saying this for years, and he's 100% right. The problem with this whole system is the TV show they do for 5 weeks leading up to it. There is no justification on Tuesday night to say Notre Dame is better than Miami, and then on Sunday to say Miami is better than Notre Dame. Neither team played. The only team that played that was on either team's schedule was Boise State, and they won. So if anything, it makes Notre Dame look better. You cannot logically say Notre Dame is better on Tuesday night and Miami is better on Sunday. The TV show either needs to go away or people have to have a better understanding of this is like the MTV Real World Road Rules Challenge where it's all just ridiculous and made up. And then the last show, we're actually going to tell you what matters. So I think ultimately they probably got the right teams in. I mean, Miami beat Notre Dame head-to-head, so, yeah, cool. I guess Miami should probably be in. You know, the whole outrage over James Madison and Tulane being in, like, tell me the rules at the beginning of the year, and we're going to operate by those rules. And that's what happened. You can be mad at the system, but you knew what the system was, and you signed off on it, and you approved it. It is not James Madison's fault the ACC was historically bad this year and couldn't get its conference champion into the top 25 even. So I have no issue with the teams that are in. I will root for James Madison and Tulane to somehow play for the national title because all I root for is the things that make people the most angry, and I would like that. I would be fine with Indiana winning it. I would be fine with Ole Miss winning it, and I would be fine with Texas Tech winning it. I am like, I want to see somebody new. I want to see something that proves, hey, you don't have to be part of the we were good in 1965 club in college football to win a national title. So I will cheer for any of the teams that have not won a national title to go win one.
What changes do you think will happen when they get together following the college football playoff for 2026?
I mean, it's going to go to 16, right? And that will solve nothing because, like, we put 68 teams in the NCAA tournament and number 69 complaints. It's like we will have the same argument over team number 17 that we had over Notre Dame and Miami. It's what we do. It doesn't matter how many teams get in. And whatever, you want to make it bigger, more important games, cool. I'm good with it. I'll watch the playoff games, however many of them you have. You know, I remember when the wild card was going to wreck baseball, and it's been good. They added an extra team to the NFL playoffs, and I still watch those games. So I have no issue with it. If you want to go to 16, I don't care if you want to go to 24. If you want to make the conference championship game weekends some sort of a play-in, I'm fine with that too. Because I think conference championship games are kind of like the SEC title game. I didn't watch a snap of it. It didn't matter. Like, whatever. The winner was going to be in the top 4 and the loser wasn't, but was still going to be in. So I didn't need that. I mean, the Big Ten game didn't truly matter either. I watched the last 6-7 minutes of it because it was a good game, but it didn't really have any impact. The best game I saw all weekend was Kennesaw State and Jacksonville State, and that didn't matter either, but it was fun at least. So whatever changes they want to make, I don't really care. Just tell me what the rules are, and we'll operate by those rules going forward. And then the people who don't get in will complain about them.
Do you think for Mizzou fans who desperately want to be part of this playoff and kind of see a team that could succeed and like feel like, hey, that could be us, do you think it's Ole Miss as far as a comp if they were to make a run and say, see, that's who we could be? We're never going to be Bama or Georgia or Ohio State, but boy, if they can do it, we can do it. Is that the team that would be the most likely compared to Mizzou?
Yeah, I mean, that Ole Miss and Indiana, even more, Indiana proves you all have a chance. There's no reason you can't do this. If you don't get this done, this is your fault. Now, Ole Miss is in the SEC, and I do think it's a little tougher to do in the SEC than some other places. But, you know, it's been a really interesting shift on our board and people I know that are Missouri fans. Like, everybody says they want the underdog. But when the underdog actually does it, like, Missouri fans, I think, kind of hate Indiana because they resent them and they're jealous of them. Like, everybody wanted Vanderbilt, and now a lot of people don't like Vanderbilt. So, you know, and I think, like, the self-aware fans will admit it's just jealousy. I wish we were them, and we weren't them this year. But it's been a really interesting thing to watch.
Colonel, I'm sure you have a Heisman vote, right?
I do.
I'm curious. I have no idea who's going to win the Heisman Trophy. I mean, you could give me one of, hell, I don't even know. I would say 4 names, but you might have one that I'm not even thinking of. Because I thought whoever had a huge conference championship weekend for one of the big boys would then run away with it kind of as a prisoner of the moment thing, and that didn't happen. So I'm curious who you think is going to win the thing.
So it's going to be either Diego Pavia or Fernando Mendoza. I would be shocked if it isn't. You know, this thing, we are not allowed to say who we voted for. I will say that my Heisman vote came down to a pretty big 4th down throw in the Big Ten title game. You know, but who I voted for, I'm not allowed to say, so I won't. I don't really understand and didn't understand the Julian Sayin thing. Like, that was emblematic of most voters just pick a quarterback on a really good team. Like, he's the 4th best player on his own offense. How is he the best player in college football? I think Diego Pavia is clearly the most valuable player in college football. I don't know that he is the best, but if he wins it, I would have no issue with it. You know, Jeremiah Love, like, I can listen to an argument he's the best player in college football. I can listen to the argument that Texas Tech defensive end David Bailey is the best player in college football. He won't win it. But I could listen to that argument. If you really want to be truthful, I think Jeremiah Smith is probably the best player in college football. But I'll be shocked if it's not Mendoza or Pavia.
Mendoza should get it if the tiebreaker is just how he comes across in interviews. He's half crying, half laughing, having the time of his life. Seems like just a fantastic guy.
Yeah, and I mean, look, he's taken Indiana to a place it has never been before. You know, I know, and I agree with this argument, actually. If Missouri had managed to get him, I think Missouri is in this playoff. I think that's the difference between them being a playoff team and not, was elite quarterback play. You know, if he wins it, very deserving winner, no question.
When will we start hearing Mizzou players that may opt out of the bowl? And does the fact that the game is before January, does it help? And have we heard any inkling yet on who may or may not be leaving?
I don't know when they will start bowl practices. I would assume it will be like maybe Sunday or Monday, sometime in there. Could be a little bit later than that. We'll probably get to see, 4 or 5 of them. I would guess we would have a pretty good idea if somebody's not at practice. You know, Zion Young, I think, is a question mark. He's starting to get first-round grades. Damon Wilson, I think, is certainly a question mark. Josiah Trotter and Caden Green are the interesting ones to me. I think they could go pro, but I don't really think they're top, 2 or 3 round guys. So I'm not sure what will happen there. I think those are really the guys we're talking about. I don't think there's anybody else in that mix that could go pro or could be in the NFL. I mean, I don't know. I guess Kevin Coleman theoretically could sit out. That would seem a little bit weird. Connor Tollison could play in the NFL, but he's been here 4 years. He doesn't seem like a guy who's going to skip the game. So it'll be interesting to see.
And I guess, and I'm probably conflating the two with the opting out, which guys like Zion Young makes total sense, and then the transfer portal. So guys who think they're going to leave the program, are they more likely to play in the bowl? I guess maybe we'll get some clarity we got a couple of weeks, I guess.
Yeah, and since the portal doesn't open till January 2nd this year, like, you can play in the bowl game and then say you're transferred after the game. I think that's more likely. Like, last year, the portal was already open at this – it opened today, I think, last year. So players that wanted to get in it had to say they were getting in it well before bowl games, and they don't have to this year.
Gabe DeArmond is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. You can read his 10 thoughts on Monday morning on PowerMizzou.com. Colonel with us on Mondays and Fridays. Gabe, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
All right,
Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over. I think, Martin, and I could be off on this, I think as ridiculous as it is, if Jeremiah Love doesn't get hurt in the first quarter against Stanford and puts up the 300-plus yards that I think they were going to get him because Stanford wasn't going to be able to stop him, I think he wins the Heisman Trophy. And I know that might sound like a really ridiculous opinion. I understand that. But because Mendoza, because Sayin, because Simpson fell off, Gunnar Stockton was impressive, but nobody really owned the weekend. I think it was there for Love, and unfortunately he got hurt in the first quarter against Stanford and didn't get to put up the big numbers that would have, I think, gotten him the attention that Notre Dame was planning on getting him.
And if you look at the history of Notre Dame football, he's had this season second most combined yards, most combined touchdowns in the history of Notre Dame football, because he had 3 receiving. Yeah. He had nearly 300 receiving yards as well. So I forget, it wasn't Alan Pinkett, but somebody was just ahead of him in terms of combined yards.
Hansen.
He's the career leader, but single season. But in the end, Love was just shy of the all-time multi-purpose yards for Notre Dame, but did have 21 combined touchdowns. So there's certainly a case to be made. Mendoza, a lot of Indiana's games were, lesser caliber, but he was outstanding. I think he'll win, Mendoza, if I had to guess. And the whole Indiana story, it's hard to bet against. And that's why when I asked Gabe about who Mizzou fans should look to, I think Indiana is just so good, so dominant the last 2 years. You can't even compare to that. That's why I look at an Ole Miss. If they happen to win a game or two, say that Mizzou would say, like, well, if they can do that, we can do that.
Ole Miss is winning a game. I mean, barring a miracle.
Yeah, but I'm saying if they made a little run, if you're a Mizzou fan, aren't you looking at that program and saying that could easily be us?
Yeah,
if they can do it. The Indiana thing is a little more like just unbelievable what they've been able to do.
Mendoza had a fantastic year himself. He completed 71.5% of his passes, 33 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He was really
I would love to hear him talk about the Mizzou recruitment, because everybody says Mizzou was close on him. Did he just simply look at Cignetti and Indiana, what they had going, and say, oh, they're going to win. I want to be there. I mean, was it dollars? I mean, I would love to hear, just because we always hear, oh, Mizzou almost had him. I would love for him to open up on that.
Same thing with Jaden Daniels. Near misses. Got to convert on a quarterback, man. Got to convert. For the record, Mendoza is a major favorite to win. Pavia is second, and Love is
the top
third.
4 are invited, I believe.
Yes.
Have you heard him on interviews, Mendoza?
Oh, God, yeah.
Funny,
It's
funny guy.
incredible entertainment.
Yeah. He really comes across as a great guy.
Papers, I just saw your hand move like you were going to play something. That was
Congratulations, Indiana, the Big Ten champs. How does that sound?
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go.
And he's staring right into the camera the whole time he says it.
He's delivering it, bringing the heat. He is the heavy favorite to win at Pavia second, Love third, and then there's a big drop off with Sayan and Stockton tied on the odds. Men, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore. Struggling to focus. No energy for the people you love. Put it this way. If your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. Mentality can help. Whether it's low energy, whether it's weight gain, or whether it's just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com. That's mentalityhealth.com. I've been out there. I've been tested. It's super easy. You're in and out. Friendly staff. It's Mentality. Online at mentalityhealth.com. The program is called TMA. Bert Kreischer, comedian, going to be with us at 9:45. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up on the Stiefel Dossier at 10:45. The program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Psychiatric Care and Research Center in O'Fallon, Missouri has an opportunity for TMA listeners to make some money. It's Dr. John Canale, and he has been conducting clinical research trials throughout his career, more than 2 decades of conducting clinical research trials, and he would like some people to participate in the TMA audience. If you are interested, go to pcrc-stl.com, and he's offering compensation for both your time and your travel. And if you're in the St. Louis area, you don't have far to go because the office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. If you are interested, go to pcrc-stl.com. The clinical research trials will be for anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive compulsive disorder. It's pcrc-stl.com. Dr. John Canale. Sign up. An opportunity for TMA listeners to make some money with pcrc-stl.com. Doug, you requested this. Why?
Well, I just think it's easy to dance to.
Nicki Minaj's birthday.
Doug, how old do you think Nicki Minaj
Nicki
is?
Minaj. She's been around a little bit now. 30?
Was her debut with Ludacris and Usher in My Girl Bad? Am I right on that? And
My Girl Bill?
My Girl.
And she implies Sappho's in the video?
I think that's right.
Thank you. I'm going to guess it's her 40th birthday.
It's got to be right around there. That's why I'll go 41.
I guess much younger. I guess 30.
And Nicki Minaj mixed fusion.
30? I guess. Well, I don't follow her real closely to know. I'll say 39.
Okay, that's way 43. She turns 43.
Okay.
43 today.
And that's Minaj.
Nailed it.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's Nikki with an I?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's important.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna is the sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour, and we welcome you to get involved on said presentation by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox, by talking it over with other TMA listeners. 300 are in the TMA channel right now. And Doug, we're trying to get to 6,300 subscribers.
Okay.
This week. Open up the YouTube app, type TMA STL, and then subscribe. We were at 6,280. We were at 6,270 when we started the show, brick by brick.
Okay.
And you can talk it over with Jake in St. Genevieve, the Nipper School Monitor, and the Oversight Committee. They're all in there talking it over here on TMA. Gabe DeArmond with us in the previous segment. Chris Kerber with us in the 8 o'clock hour. Miss anything, you can go back and podcast like the Dickens. The Blues getting back-to-back wins on Saturday and Sunday. And Kerber talking about the momentum that the team has as they head back to St. Louis to take on the Bruins tomorrow night. Jim Montgomery liked what he saw. Here he is talking about the third period that they did not like in Montreal, but we enjoy here in St. Louis.
Well, it's desperation we're playing, the intensity and how guys are talking to each other and helping each other out on the ice. Yeah, especially we're short a lot of bodies, right? We got 4 regulars out, and so it's nice, when everybody's digging in. We got guys up from Springfield playing really well for us, so it's a good feeling in the locker room right now.
Little scramble in front of the net right there, right? Just like Montreal had with would you like this, the waning seconds?
Waning. It's really the only time we use that word, isn't it? Moon?
Waning gibbous, waxing gibbous.
What just happened on this show?
Describing the cycle of the moon.
Doug's going to fight you.
There's a full moon, and then when it's like the little toenail, I can't remember whether it's waxing or waning, but that's one of them. That's the most popular.
That's a waning moon? I've never heard
There's a waning gibbous and a waxing gibbous.
Don't say
waxing
gibbous.
and waning refers to like which side, the left or the right.
Right.
And then it's either a gibbous or a crescent.
Yeah, like when it looks like a little toenail.
I've never heard the word gibbous before.
Well, now you have.
Wow.
How do you feel?
Sure have.
Just because your Tigers laid an egg against Rock Chalk, don't take it out on us.
He asked a question, I answer it, and now now you're mad at me.
I just think you're a little...
I hear waning seconds off, and I rarely hear, boy, this is a waning gibbous.
Well, how much are you looking at the moon, man?
Yeah, clip that
I was
off.
just looking at it. I won't hear that phrase.
Because you're not locked in on, on the world above us.
Clip that off, sorry. Tim, thank you for gracing us with your presence at the Billikens game yesterday. Coach Schertz said in the post-game show that the team was intimidated by you sitting so close to them, but they got over their nerves to give you a good showcase. It's from the Baldwin Beer Bitch.
To give you
and
a
she
showcase.
won the TMA Listener of the Month in June 2024, I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I
didn't like
wondered
that.
if the team would be nervous, and I would have felt responsible if they wouldn't have covered the 24.5 points. But they were able to overcome.
And they were up by 24 about 5 minutes into the game.
Correct. Central Michigan was up against it. I did notice that one of the players on Central Michigan had his shorts on inside out, Doug.
Oh, no.
Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do. Did he know it was inside out?
I don't know.
Were they rolled up, or could you tell like the bottom was clearly, there was some thread?
The tag was clearly exposed.
Some guys roll up their shorts.
Yeah, this gentleman was about 7 feet tall.
I did see some comments about these are the Billikens' new unis. And I guess the name font on the back can be a different size depending on the player.
Really?
Yes, it is. Yeah, Stu Durano was pointing this out. Anyway, something to look for in the logistics department because you don't normally it's a little more uniform, hence the word, Doug, on the back of the jersey.
Okay.
I'll find you an example. Carry on.
As long as Tim got his showcase.
But when the building's packed and when they play a big, and I know it's always VCU Dayton when they get the whiteout or the blizzard or whatnot, I wish they could get that more consistently with folks just kind of filling the building, fired up. And let's get you down to watch some hoop rock.
I love going to SLU games.
Okay.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Well, Harrison's brother Master's not happy with the Baldwin.
Oh, God, yeah. God, McCautry's name, you can barely see it on the back of his jersey.
So now you're mad at the uniforms.
It's a little odd.
I don't think you're as mad at the uniforms as Harrison's brother Master is for the Baldwin beer bitch bringing up college basketball and me being in attendance. Hey, do you guys think you can talk more college hoops? It's riveting stuff. That's from Harrison's brother Master. Doug, he does not like the topic.
Or any other topic.
You want some? Hey!
I do appreciate how that is now the go-to drop when Harrison's brother Master chimes in. Hey, we'll just say Bucko often gets played.
Yeah. You want some?
You want some?
No. Didn't go well for that guy.
Take it easy on Papers. Us true sons are hurting today. I feel your pain, Jackie. Don't let these simpletons get you fired up. That's from Mikey T.
I'm all good. I've come to peace with it. I wasn't all good.
Did you watch the whole game or give up on it when you saw it was hopeless?
I watched the whole game.
Oh, sorry.
My emotion died down immediately following the start of the second half. Mm-hmm. But in the first half, I was all the way fired up, charged up even. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like the way they ended the half against Notre Dame, and they
keep doing that.
For sure didn't like the way they ended the half.
South Bend there, Papers. Same thing in South Bend.
The travel that was clear to everybody watching when the guy shot the 3 at the end of the half, and it was a 2, but I guess...
Oh, you thought his toe was on the line?
Well, you travel first, but then yes.
Oh, gosh.
And there was a foul on
when did they
Mark
start
Mitchell.
Calling traveling?
Mark Mitchell. They called 3 on Mark Mitchell.
Okay, so the answer to that was Saturday.
Sunday.
Jaden Stone, I was trying to figure out where he came from.
Perth.
We played at Grand
Detroit
Canyon.
Mercy. Then West Virginia.
Twice. Detroit Mercy. Well, it doesn't list West Virginia. Did he sit out? Was he injured last year?
They always say on the broadcast West Virginia, but they also would always say Tamar Bates is like a 6th year when he only played 4 years. So you can't always trust the broadcast. But it's Tom Hart, our guy.
Yeah.
And Frank Fraschilla.
But this is his 6th year. It must have been injured last year, but it's his 6th year of basketball.
Boy, that's a lot of time in college if you're not going to walk away with
8 degrees.
Law degree or something.
You taking a shot? Sure as hell seems like it.
Well, you didn't spend 6 years at Mizzou, did you?
Maybe you should have.
Yeah, exactly. Then I could maybe knocked out those 8 credit hours.
Yeah.
Tim, I just want to say you have a beautiful family. Cheers to you. And may you have a wonderful 2026. Doug, that's from Steven time.
Tim, you look great.
Oh, stop.
That's Charlie Marlowe AI. You think Chuckles is doing all right with the Ohio State loss?
I don't think he cared.
They didn't have any big injuries.
I don't think he cared at all.
Yeah.
Good for Indiana. It meant so much to them. And they're never going to, how often are they going to beat Ohio State? Good for them for getting it done.
Pretty fun game to watch. I thought both teams were competing.
Ohio State's kind of boring to watch, I got to be honest.
Their defense is so good.
I know, but it's...
Kicker felt bad.
Oof. Cats and dogs.
He missed that one badly, too.
Yeah, I was at that Paulie Manos until about 10:30, 10:45, talking it over with Paulie, and had the game on there at the bar, and there was a gasp in the restaurant when the kick went. Well, I left, and that was at the end of the half. That wasn't at the end of the game. And I mean, who would have thought that would wind up actually determining the whole thing? I would have thought, by the way, that Georgia would be 2. I mean, we're kind of getting into minutia there.
Right.
Reward them for at least being the SEC champion.
And dominating.
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought,
But again, I guess it's not punishing Ohio State like you didn't punish Alabama, but
I would put A&M ahead of Ole Miss, and that is actually using the metrics.
Yeah.
Ole Miss's strength of schedule is weak. A&M's strength of schedule in the SEC was weak, but they have the win at Notre Dame. I mean, you're talking about one of the best wins going there. I'm surprised. And also, by the way, you then avoid this stupid-ass rematch with Tulane and Ole Miss. I mean, what are the chances that you have 2 rematches? And in addition, it does matter because if you're Ole Miss, you get Tulane, and if you're A&M, you get Miami.
Yeah, major difference.
It's a major difference. I mean, hell, it's a 5.5-point spread on that. Miami could win the national championship. Texas, Tulane's got no chance. Be a hell of a story. Like the Colonel, I'd love to see Tulane and James Madison win it, but my guess is we're probably not going to be watching much in the second half of either one of those games. Oregon and James Madison.
It is interesting, though, that the conference championship, it doesn't really matter. Ohio State did not get punished. I mean, 1 or 2 for losing. Bama does not get punished. But BYU did, right? And everybody kind of knew it going in. Well, different standard.
Yeah,
and you don't hear a lot of griping about from them. Have you heard much from BYU's camp?
Kalani Sitake said people are going to find out that we played the best team in the country, and we played them twice. Nobody else can say that. I think if Texas Tech is a different brand in a different conference, there'd be appreciation for how good that team is. I really thought, and I'm happy, by the way, that we didn't see officials take care of BYU. We didn't see officials take care of Alabama. We didn't see officials take care of Virginia, minus the touchdown that tied the game. I mean, he was out of bounds, but whatever. That gives me some faith in the system. Alabama moving up last week over Notre Dame, 100%, in my opinion, to protect the SEC championship. So I guess on the field, they can't control it. In the boardrooms, they can. Ain't that America? Pink houses? John Cougar Mellencamp, or was he John Cougar then for Pink Houses?
It was the Gosh, I wish I could help you.
Maybe we can ask Bert Kreischer, because he's going to be with us at 9:45 on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. That is coming your way in a matter of moments. Comedian Bert Kreischer with us here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, you like this one?
Yeah, this is kind of fancy.
Jackson just gave a thumbs up to Kurt. They must really like it.
Kurt told me to play this jam. So
No, there
Kurt's
you go.
a big fan.
That's the reason, I guess. All right, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the show on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know him, you love him, and he's coming to St. Louis on December 14th. It is our pleasure to welcome to the show Bert Kreischer. Bert, good morning. Listen to this gallery.
Good morning, gentlemen. There's nothing better than starting your day with a little goose.
How about that? There you go, Jackson. You're getting a pat on the ass from Bert, too.
Shout out to Kurt, Chairman Kurt.
All right, nicely done, Chairman. Nicely done,
I
Chairman.
love that band. I love that band.
Well done, boys. Bert, coming to St. Louis, how much St. Louis experience do you have?
He's never been here.
That is the correct answer. That's the correct answer.
No, a lot. You know, I didn't go to St. Louis as a young kid, meaning in stand-up, because I didn't work the one club that everyone worked. And then Helium opened up there in 2016, and that's when I started going to St. Louis.
Oh, yeah, right at the edge of the Galleria over
That's
there.
right. That's right.
Yeah,
How well do you know
really
our St.
beautiful
Louis
mall.
comedians? I imagine you certainly know Nikki Glazer. You were on the dais for the Tom Brady roast. Greg Warren's a friend of this program and on quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so what's your...
Greg
what's your
Warren? Greg Warren is one of the most underrated stand-up comedians. And I've said that so much. His storytelling ability, his last special was so good, and I would post it all the time and text him how great it was. He is phenomenal, and I think Nikki's like a little sister to me. We were there we did the Tom Brady roast together, and I kind of had a cool experience. Me and Leanne walked into her green room when she was processing what just happened to her. When she was like, wait, I think this might have just changed my life. And so, I don't know, man. All comedians were a little bit like family, but we have different family relationships,
Yeah, so that's interesting to me because, we're watching that and you can tell she killed it. But then Kevin Hart comes up and talks about how great the set was. I'm curious, doing what you do, being at the level you're at and being right there for it, do you know in that moment, are you guys talking as it's going on, going, holy crap, this is an all-timer?
Yeah, I was sitting with Tommy and Andrew Schultz. And, candidly, Nikki, I'm talking candidly. I love Nikki, but Nikki is always kind of, for a period of time, lived in the shadow of Amy Schumer because they were so close. They were best friends. And, I don't know if Amy was purposely trying to make sure that she didn't get past her or whatever. I don't know. None of that's speculative. But it was always like a little bit of an uphill battle. And so when Nikki had her moment, it's a different experience for us because we're like, we've always known how funny she is. We've always known what a great hang she is. We've always known how much we loved her, and we've known Nikki since she was 22. So it's that's a young kid, and she got sober. She had opportunities, and then someone would find. So when we watched that happen, we were like, it's like watching your little sister get a raise. It was incredible.
And you're like, God, I hope my little sister never talks like that. No, I'm wondering, she's hilarious. I wonder in the comedian circles, does she ever joke like, holy crap, did she really just say that? Does she have the shock value even within comedians?
Oh, yeah. I think it's the stuff she says off stage that is pretty wild.
Bert Kreischer, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. He is bringing his Permission to Party tour to the Enterprise Center this Sunday, December 14th. Limited number of tickets still available. Bert.com or online at Ticketmaster.com. You can check out his latest Netflix 1-hour stand-up special, Lucky, and you can check that out on Netflix as well. Bert is a Florida State, Doug. He's Alpha Tau Omega. This guy has been living the life he displays on stage now for decades, and you must have some wonderful times that you can hearken back to in Tallahassee with your run at Florida State to the career you now have.
Oh, the best. Listen, I spent 6.5 years there going to school. My best experience was the Florida State-Alabama game this year. They asked me if I did a pump-up speech. They called me like a month out, and And the athletic director was like, yo, it would be cool if you came out on the field before the game and gave a pump-up speech and, like, fired up the audience. And I was like, yeah, I could do that. They really wanted me to just say, like, ladies and gentlemen, God bless America, God bless the troops, start your engines, that kind of stuff, right? And I was with Segura. We were drunk at like 9 in the morning. Game's not until 1. And he's like, yo, just get out there and forget the script, speak from the heart, and get yourself emotional, fire yourself up. He goes, you'll fire everyone else up. Let me tell you something. In front of 90,000 people, I get out in front of me, the marching band's behind me. They're doing that, like, rattle, that step thing move they do. And I just was like, I was baptized in this end zone when those were wooden seats. This is the house that Bobby Bowden built. When that spear went into the Seminole head, tears streamed down my face. Those tears were garnet and gold. It was 90,000 people losing their minds. I have 2 words to say to you. Go, Knowles. And the place went bananas. Dude, that's the best experience I ever had at Florida State. And that is without
They
a
win a
doubt.
damn game for you.
And then we won the game.
Chairman Kurt, you have a question for Bert. Go ahead.
I do, Bert. I'm a big fan of your YouTube show, Something's Burning, kind of just shooting it with some people over some drinks, some food. Who has been a guest on Something's Burning that has just been phenomenal, and who's a white whale that you'd love to have on there at some point?
Cheech and Chong was probably the greatest because I got high. I didn't know they were going to smoke weed. I know that sounds crazy, but like they're older men, and so I didn't know that they still smoked weed. And they came in with so much marijuana, and we got so high, and I made like birria ramen, and at one point Tommy Chong starts explaining reality to me and perception versus reality. And I'm so high, and I'm like, and then I used it the next day. Like, he was like, hey, man, you don't have to be upset. You can choose your reality. You choose how to live your life. If I say you're fat, man, does it have to upset you? And I'm like, no. He's like, then don't think you're fat. I mean, it was like the craziest. That was like by far my favorite episode I've ever done. I got done, and I was like, yo, cancel the next one. I'm too high.
And anybody who still talks like Tommy's like, hey, man, what's going on? Anybody who still talks like that does still do a lot of pot.
Oh, my God. They would not stop smoking weed. My big white whale, I think, honestly, but it's a little bit of a loophole, is I want Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, but I want partying Ben Affleck. I want Guinness drinking Ben Affleck.
When did you start working topless? And you do have nice nipples, by the way.
Well, Doug, jeez.
I have good nipples? Yes, thank
Looks
you.
like it, yeah.
Yeah. I started working topless in probably like 2006, I'm guessing, because I got to this maybe 2009. I don't know, maybe right around then. I just was looking for a way to cheer myself up on the road. So I had 2 young kids. I wasn't making a ton of money. I wasn't selling any tickets, but I loved comedy. And sometimes, and this is the downfall of a lot of comics, is the comic is really talented, but the depression of being on the road and not making money and no one liking you can just add up. It just adds up. So one night I was in Dayton, and I said, I was pissed. I didn't want to be there. There were 70 people in the room. And I was like, what am I even doing with my life? And I was like, wait, I can't bring that energy on stage. So when I got on stage, I just ripped my shirt off as a goof. And I started laughing at how ridiculous it was. And it put me in a better mood. And so I just kept doing it to put me in a better mood.
There you go, Doug.
That worked, huh?
My last question here for Bert Kreischer is, if you go to Florida State, do you have to be named Bert to be famous? We had Bert Reynolds, now Bert Kreischer. I'd hate to, is there a third most famous Bert from Florida State?
Dude, I had this theory the other day that, like, when you get the name, when they name you, it defines you. And I was like, that's why I'm not, like, serious. I'm not good with money. My name's Bert. Like, no one has sex with a Bert and is like, oh, I can't wait for this. And my wife goes, Bert Reynolds. And I was like, oh, okay, never mind. First of all, no one's going to be named Bert anymore. There's no more Berts. You're never getting another Bert. Like, that name's out. It's Connor. It's Jackson. Everyone gets cool names now. But man, if you want me to pay a tuition to a school, name your kid Bert, and I will pay his way through Florida State.
That?
Oh,
There
nice.
you go.
That's a nice gesture.
Hell of a 529 right there. Bert Kreischer is coming to St. Louis. He is coming this Sunday, and you can get your tickets. Limited number of tickets available. BertBert.com, or go to Ticketmaster.com and check out his special that is available on Netflix called Lucky. Bert, enjoyed the conversation, man. Enjoy St. Louis. Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too. It's Bert Kreischer with us here on TMA. Enjoyed the conversation with Bert Kreischer. Miss anything, you can go back and podcast it. We've been joined by Chris Kerber. We've been joined by Gabe DeArmond. And now Bert Kreischer. Miss anything also, you can just go back and watch it on YouTube. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. The goal this week, Doug, 6,300 subscribers, and now we're at 6,290.
Oh, really?
So we're getting
Had a good day.
Brick by brick. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can go in there and talk it over with Bill Reloaded, John Scores, Nipper School Monitor, and Kitty Bates. And Martin, they're not happy with you for saying doing a lot of pot. Okay, Dad. That's from Dr. Xander Malenthrop.
That's fair.
Got no issue.
I'm surprised that Bert was surprised that Cheech and Chong still travel with a lot of the pot. Because every time Tommy Chong, like, hey, what's going on, Tommy? Anything new? Any new project? Hey, build a new bong. Every time he's talking, it's about pot. So I would
It's the whole act.
There's a plowhawk.
Absolutely.
We're getting similar vehicle conversation.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That'll come your way at approximately 10:45 here on TMA. And you can email in to compete against the greats, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can get your teeth checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. That's on Manchester in Baldwin. And you can talk it over with the great Dr. Brandon Pryor. He has been a long-time TMA advertiser, and you don't even have to call there. You can just go online right now at 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. When you walk into 100 West Dental, you will not even feel like you're in a dentist's office. That's because it is done with the newest technology, and you can check out what they have to offer by going to 100westdental.com. Mention my name. Get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100 West Dental. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living. I can tell you that firsthand. We had lunch a couple weeks ago here at Hubbard, and he is absolutely passionate not only about flooring, but making sure that customers have a great experience, and he can help them out. So one of the things he's doing is offering up 3 free samples from Proximity Mills. All you got to do to get those 3 free samples is go to IGotFloored.com. And you can come in and talk to them, and you're going to see a difference there at Michael's Flooring. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not just what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that they've continued to grow through the 31 years. You will find out that there is passion behind Michael's Flooring when you check them out at their 3 St. Louis area locations, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit IGotFloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win yesterday, off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Boston Bruins. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on your home of the Blues 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
At the start of the year, hopes were high. Now watching this team is like watching paint dry.
Song lyrics.
Boys, you gave it a hand.
TMA 101 ESPN. My name is Tim McKernan. On my right is Doug Vaughn. And on your right, Doug, is a guy named James Carlton.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, James.
Well, good morning, Doug, and everyone else. How we doing?
We're wonderful.
Just
What's going on with you? How are you doing? Because little Jackie Papers loved that Rascal Puff not doing well after the City Red floor debacle yesterday.
There was a
in
moment
Kansas
on that
City.
Mark Mitchell dunk that I was kind of fired up.
I was very fired
That was
up.
the one time of that game that I was fired up and thought Mizzou might have a chance, but it went south pretty quickly. I'm looking for some tape because I'm trying to get into the industry.
Oh, are you really?
And
yeah.
I mean,
This
if you guys,
industry's hot right
if
now.
you
It's
guys just
hot.
want to pick a CFP team and let's just scream at each other, I'm ready.
Oh, that's not bad. Doug, you got a take?
You want a Notre Dame take?
You want Notre Dame in that playoff field
No,
with that schedule?
I asked if you wanted to take.
Goodness gracious. Miami, they played head-to-head. The games have to matter, Doug.
Okay, there's some passion.
Goodness.
The Irish could win this whole thing, and they're not in it. James Madison's in there. Tulane's in there. Where are the Irish?
You know, so many people base their business decisions on what the Tam Avenue Capital Partners do. That's why many Americans are living in squalor. And when I saw what they did last week with Notre Dame and Alabama, I got Miami at plus 50,000 to win the national championship.
Did you really?
They telegraphed their play. They telegraphed their play. So I am heavily invested in the Miami Hurricanes.
Heck yes, me too. Now I'm rooting for you. I mean, this is the analogy I was thinking of, Tim. It's like the guy that has the 2-out gut shot that's calling you down, and he wins the hand. So
brutal.
the results, I'm kind of okay with the results of the final rankings. The process on how they get there, when Juricic is out there talking about how bold a play call was, from Alabama. I mean, just unbelievably stupid to me.
Yeah, that sums it up. What do you think will be implemented when they get together around January 20th for the 2026 playoff?
Well, I think 16 teams for sure.
I would
right?
agree with you.
I would like to think the ACC is going to reevaluate their whole conference
I
championship.
would agree with you.
Outside of that, I mean, I know the Big Ten and the SEC want a guaranteed amount of teams, correct?
I think it's one or the other once the guaranteed amount of teams. I can't recall which one, Jackson. Chairman Curtis, you'll be able to look that up real quickly on that. Yes, I do know that is the case. I don't know what I want to say.
Wasn't Eli Drinkwitz talking about maybe 32 teams?
I think he was talking about either 24 or 28. What he was talking about is the top X number of teams in the conference play on conference championship weekend to get in. The issue with that, because I actually think it's merit and it in the way that it was presented lost its context. The issue with that is, at that moment, non-conference games and Notre Dame have real problems. Like if everybody was in a conference, then it works. But now if you're only going to do it for the SEC and you're only going to do it for the Big Ten, okay. But then why would anybody in the SEC or the Big Ten play a non-conference game if it's not going to have any impact on whether or not you get into the playoff? And you go, well, you still can play them. Well, then guess how you're going to handle it? You're going to handle it like people handle bowl games and not play their teams. And by teams, I mean their quality players.
I was
to make
just
sure they don't
thinking
get hurt.
with 28 or 30 teams, maybe Mizzou could get in.
Oh,
and if we could get hot. If we could just get hot.
Yeah, with that many teams, I think they got shunned from the final 25, but I think they'd be just on the outside looking in. So,
and then we'd be bitter.
Oh boy, we'd be hopping mad.
Well, maybe next year.
I'm kind of with who was it? Gabe that said the conference championship games lost their luster. All this free money going around from FanDuel and DraftKings. You have to put it somewhere within a certain amount of time. I put it all on Georgia. I just felt so confident Georgia was going to win that game as just a revenge factor, and that was the only reason I paid attention to that game because I headed into that game thinking it was meaningless. unless Alabama literally got embarrassed, and they looked bad, but it wasn't.
I thought the SEC. I mean, I made the mistake of. But hey, but honestly, it's a good outcome because. I mean, I thought the officials would do everything they can to help BYU out. If anything, Texas Tech got the calls. I thought the officials would do anything they could to help Alabama out. Didn't work out that way. And I thought the same thing with the Virginia game. And they did have a call that went their way when they didn't overturn the touchdown at the end when the Virginia receiver was out of bounds. But hey, from an integrity standpoint, it's wonderful to see because if you're the ACC, make sure Virginia gets in. If you're the Big 12, you get 2 in. And if you're the SEC, you make sure Alabama isn't in jeopardy, and none of that stuff happened. So, hey,
I was
refreshing.
surprised. I was
made
surprised.
me go 0 for 3 on my picks, but refreshing as hell.
I was surprised that on the releases earlier this week, I guess it was Tuesday, that Tennessee and Mizzou didn't get that 24th and 25th spot
They
to
needed
really
James
protect
Madison
Alabama.
to be ranked.
Why do they need that, though?
Because
what happens if there wasn't a conference championship that was ranked?
Boy, that's a great question. But they telegraphed that move too by having James Madison ranked.
I just thought
Alabama was never publicly. They had to move Alabama up to protect. And I saw, to his credit, stunning. I mean, I realize he's kind of WWE with Stephen A. Smith, but Paul Feinbaum was blatant in his podcast with Matt Berry that he said, yeah, the whole reason they moved Alabama up was to protect the validity of the SEC championship.
You said that
game.
the following morning.
I mean, it was
obvious.
It was going to be one of the other. They were going to get Notre Dame in, and they were going to move them past Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Or have Oklahoma drop 2 spots behind Alabama to begin the process of eliminating Oklahoma. But then how could they do that with Oklahoma having just beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa? Or they would make sure that Alabama couldn't get knocked out. I mean, they weren't going to knock them out anyway, but had it made it look like it was more justified with the SEC championship game. I would love it if this past weekend and this coming weekend were playoff games.
Yes.
Because this weekend, it's like, okay, I got zero interest in any of this stuff. I know you're supposed to talk about how the Army-Navy game's the greatest thing ever, and that's wonderful, and I'm sure it's lovely. But, I'm not really interested in it. Most people aren't either. And so that's a wasted weekend. And the Heisman race, which, I guess it's Fernando Mendoza, but, hell, I don't know. Nobody's really talking about that either. So it's a waste. And then, unfortunately, the college football playoff is really not glamorous in the first weekend. You got one rematch, which is a 17.5-point spread. You got the Oregon-James Madison game. And then because they don't want to go up against the NFL, they've scheduled Oklahoma, Alabama on Friday night, and then Texas A&M, Miami. The most glamorous game is an 11 o'clock kick because they don't want to go up against the NFL.
No, don't throw your hands like that.
Norm Stewart, not happy with the call. Norm Stewart,
I don't know what the live odds are, but I feel like Vanderbilt's going to get a little pat on the back, and Pavia's getting that Heisman just because I feel like
you ought to bet it because Mendoza is minus 2,000 to win.
Okay. Wow. Minus 2,000?
Minus 2. I was stunned to see that. Stunned.
I'm
not saying he shouldn't.
Correct.
I'm just saying
he's that heavy of a
minus
favorite.
2,000. What in the hell? I mean, we're going to really get worked up over like a handful of throws. And don't get me wrong, I think you can absolutely make a case for him. That's not. But the minus 2,000. The hell's that about?
And I guess the only other thing I'd nitpick before I get out of here is Ole Miss being ahead of A&M.
I'm right there with you. I just made that point about an hour ago.
Yeah, and then I was surprised Georgia didn't get number 2. I don't think that really matters, but I was kind of surprised after Georgia's showing on Saturday that they didn't get that 2 spot. But it probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I would have thought they would have slotted Texas A&M and Ole Miss flip-flop just to avoid that rematch of Ole Miss.
Well, then you're doing more grab-assery like they've already done with just a.
I'm pro grab-assery if it gets better appointment television.
Well, I get that, but theoretically, in principle, it really does matter because Ole Miss gets Tulane and Texas A&M gets a team that could win the national championship.
Absolutely. You
know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what they had to deal with there. But yeah, it's unfortunate. However, if by sacrificing 2025, if Notre Dame is sacrificed for what will be a much better system that'll still have flaws, because anytime you're dealing with something that is subjective, you're going to have flaws. And then when people are as passionate and regional about the sport like they are with politics, you're going to have automatic disagreements. It still will be improved. I really do think if Central Florida doesn't go undefeated in 2017, I don't think you would have this group of 5 thing that you have right now.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because if you did have the top 12 teams in, and I don't think BYU would have gotten in if it would have been 12. I think they just put them in there as the
consolation.
They put them in there as the second team out next to Notre Dame. That you would have had a much more compelling. I mean, I would love to. I don't think Vanderbilt's got a chance, just like I don't think Oklahoma, James Madison, or Tulane have a chance. But I would have loved to have seen Vanderbilt in there just to see them play. It would have been a fun team to watch. I'd obviously love to see Notre Dame in there because I think Notre Dame could actually win the whole damn thing. And instead, you've got this past weekend of worthlessness. You've got this coming weekend of games that don't exist minus Army Navy. And then, unfortunately, the following weekend, half the games are throw them away.
Yep.
And that's a shame. That's a shame. But like I said, it's going to lead to improvement when they get together in January.
Did you guys, real quick, did you guys happen to come across that Damon Wilson story from over the weekend?
Uh-huh.
Is that not kind of bizarre? So Georgia, Doug, is asking for $400,000 back from Damon Wilson, the star defensive end that transferred from Georgia to Mizzou, because he signed a term sheet that said if you transfer, even though we haven't paid you this amount yet, you owe us the entire amount back. I found it's a really odd thing for them to be doing. Do you understand what you think Georgia's angle here is? I mean, that's not a meaningful amount of money to them, I can't imagine.
Who's going to pay that?
Well, there's a lawsuit right now.
Who do they want to pay it? Mizzou?
No, they want the player. So Damon Wilson lawyered up, and they're supposed to have a statement or some sort of disclosure later today. But they paid him $30,000 the first check, and then he went and transferred, and now they're asking for the entire $400,000 that they would have paid him reimbursed to them. I find that really odd, and I don't know if that's a really good precedent to set if you're Georgia.
No, they may get the $30,000 back.
Well, they should.
They won't get the $400,000.
I'd want the $30,000 back too. I don't blame them for that, but I thought it was a really odd lawsuit, and I think it could really shake up this whole NIL deal when this thing settles. So I didn't know if you guys come across that story at all.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. Jamie Rivers' insurance. Brandon Kiley's insurance agent is picking people up left and right. That's because insurance rates are low right now in automotive. He says the lowest you've seen in your career.
That's right. That's absolutely true.
Got to make that phone call, 314-961-4800. It's worth it to see if you can save money with the great James Carlton. James, thank you so much,
Have
sir.
a great week, guys.
You too, brother. That's James Carlton with us here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel. Stifel is a diversified global wealth management and investment banking company focused on building relationships that help individuals, families, and organizations pursue their financial goals. The iconic image of the bull and the bear shows the dedication and spirit of each member of the firm. They are individually and collectively committed to using the forces of the market to benefit their clients. Their commitment is to provide an entrepreneurial environment that encourages unconfined long-term thinking. They seek to reward hardworking team players that devote their energy and attention to client needs at work, at home, and in your communities. They ask to be your firm of choice. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, hello.
Huh. Is that Sammy Davis?
Great year, Doug.
Nicely done.
Today would have been his birthday.
Oh, he'd have been, geez.
105.
100 years, yeah, at least 100, right?
He would have been an even century today.
Oh, really?
Okay. 100 years old.
Shipping it. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It's 1024 in St. Louis. Time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. We've been joined by Bert Kreischer. We've been joined by Gabe DeArmond. We've been joined by Chris Kerber. Miss anything? Go back and podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And enjoy the interviews or go to YouTube. And you can watch our conversations on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And Doug, the goal is 6,300 subscribers to the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's brick by brick. That's what we're doing here. We're going brick by brick.
Oh, we're close, right?
6,290, Jackson. Is that the number?
Close.
Yeah. The number? There you go.
So just 10 away.
Yeah, 10 away.
10 Americans.
That's the goal for the week, and we're making progress brick by brick. Oh, somebody must have unsubscribed. Now we're down at 6,289.
Oh, we're going the wrong way.
Damn it.
Oh.
If Tim asked me to do something, I'm going to do the opposite, and I'll show him.
Yeah, in like the Gabe interview.
You think it was the Colonel who set them off?
Yeah.
YouTube.com/TMA-STL. I just went to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I saw Tim at the SLU game, but I was way too nervous to say hi. That's from the TMA remote lab. Well, there must have been a lot of people at this SLU game based on the number of texts I've seen about my appearance at the SLU game. Must have been 50,000 people in that building. And does it hold 50,000?
No.
Not even a
And
fraction.
someone claimed that the Billikens played their best because they wanted to give you a good showcase.
I think that was the Baldwin Beer Bitch?
Come on.
You get it, though. Like,
showcase.
you know, if Rihanna's courtside at a Knicks game, you know, Jalen Brunson might step it
to
up.
Rihanna now?
I've been compared.
Talent-wise, for sure.
Thank you. We both have the relationship with Sean Carter that we do. Hove to you.
Yeah, yep, that's true.
My goodness.
Incredible families, Rihanna and A$AP Rocky and their lovely children. Tim, his wife, and their lovely children. The similarities they're more similar than you think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Jackson just said the right thing, as did.
I don't know.
Can't think of who just posted it.
Sandra Malenthrop.
Oh, this was in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The TMA remote lab.
Oh, of course.
I don't want Tim to lose his bet on Miami to win the national championship, so if they lose, I will give him $50,000.
No.
That's from MD20.
Oh, nice.
So now I'm free rolling.
Let us sweat.
Now I'm free rolling. Yeah, I saw that last week, and I'm just like, now when I see these ridiculous things, I have Polymarket, VPN, or we can actually wager.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
so
isn't
I'm
it
like,
lovely?
It's so, and I'm like, oh, Sweetheart Teaser, the sharp play Sweetheart Teaser.
Yeah, love those. 10
Oh
point.
my God, yeah. Well, but you can diversify as opposed to when I was dealing with that kid that I won't have to see anymore, the guy from Fox High School that I would meet out at the Arnold Water Tower.
Sure.
I
Oh,
don't
it's
have to
so
see him
great.
anymore.
I mean, same. Oh, it's so
Well, with all
great.
these winnings, I hope you're declaring it on your taxes.
That is
Otherwise,
important. I'm telling you.
You're going to have to call Mark Milton. If you're not, he'll help you out of trouble with the godforsaken tax man. Mark Milton earned his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, the #1 accounting program in the country, got his law degree from St. Louis U, and now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area, helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. Maybe you've got some years of unfiled tax returns. He told me you'd be surprised how many people just simply do not file taxes at all. And sooner or later, it catches up to you. And when it does, you've got big problems. So it's nice to have a guy like Mark Milton there to walk you through the steps you need to do to get out of trouble. Maybe bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. You could be facing IRS criminal investigation. It gets really nasty if you've got tax problems. But Mark Milton is right there to help you through it. You'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Any kind of IRS problems, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is, Mark Milton. That's whose tickets I had yesterday.
Oh, okay.
He's probably
Because you
fired
do
up.
have the tax issues.
I do
Just a friend.
not.
Okay.
But maybe I will when MD 2020 sends me the 50,000
Yeah.
for the Miami bet
Yeah,
if they
you
don't
bet.
win the national championship.
Mark Milton probably fired up after a great Illinois win over Tennessee.
If it's just a gift, if somebody just hands you $50,000, do you have to? Would you have to report that? I guess
I mean,
you would.
that's Jackson's life in Ladue. I mean, I'm happy if somebody gives me $5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to report it.
See, there you go.
If it's just a gift.
Yeah, you think Uncle Sam's going to let that gift go by without wetting his beak?
No.
Uncle Sam wets his beak?
There's not
beaks get wetted, I know.
There's
along
not
the
a
way.
dollar that goes through this economy that doesn't have to be subject to a little beak wetting.
Don't you like that? I think he's right.
I'm not sure every dollar gets taxed.
I mean, not every single dollar, but a $50,000 gift, yeah. The Internal Revenue Service is going to be on your doorstep if you don't.
Yeah.
All right, MD 2020. We'll work that out with Mark Milton. But yeah, Mark was kind enough to give me the seats, and my 3-year-old nearly spilled his beverage, and they would have had to stop the game. I think there's a famous scene in Portland. Are you familiar with that video? And then like LeBron.
Oh yeah, LeBron like knocks over a server, and like soda,
He's carrying drinks,
beer goes literally like explodes, and LeBron picked her up and I think gave her like a little smooch on the top of the head. But yeah, the courtside seats, when people spill, it can actually be a real problem.
And that's what I was thinking was going to. I mean,
you think Shirts would have been on board with us still if
that would have been the end of it?
Like a 10-2 runs going on, and there's stop. There's Diet
I'm
Coke
not
on the
quite
floor.
sure they were ever too concerned about losing that game yesterday.
No, sure.
I was like, I'll bet on the game since I'm going to it.
Sure.
I'm like, it's a spread 24.5. I go, ooh, it might not be Central Michigan's year. And sure enough, it was never even a sweat, even with the 24.5.
Yeah, fire up chips.
I am telling you. Fire up chips. Tim, I will Venmo you the amount to cover your taxes on the $50,000 gift from MD20. That's from the Fluffernutters fan page.
But then we need no taxes on that.
Right,
money.
I think you'd have to report that too.
Yeah.
I think no matter what way, you're getting the diluted 50 G's.
You're going to wind up in the hole.
Doug, you can gift up to about $12K with no tax liability. That's from Griff2.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Up to $12K.
Yeah.
So just do 11K intervals or 10K intervals.
Yeah. Is that per year? Per quarter? Probably per year.
Probably per year.
Tim, I was not at the SLU game, but I saw you there. That's from the 636.
Nice.
What is that?
God.
What, were you on the television? Broadcast?
This lemonading is really over the top today.
I had people texting me yesterday telling me they saw him there.
Stop it.
Like, what do you want me to do about it?
I can't tell if you're
compared him to
bluffing
Rihanna.
on this. You were serious? You had people texting you saying that they saw me at the Billiken game.
Mm-hmm.
What were they hoping?
Doug just lost faith in humanity. I just saw it happen.
What were they hoping that you would do with said information?
It's probably just because of the alliance.
Sure.
Yeah, we are in an alliance.
Well, as a check-in, don't worry, Tim's fine. He's at the SLU game.
Are we so short on celebrities in this town that when Tim goes to a Billiken game,
Now, why did you say
people
short
start
there?
comparing him to Rihanna?
I caught that.
Yeah. Well, Tim's St. Louis is Rihanna.
I don't know.
I guess.
Both very prolific in the aughts.
Yeah, but she hasn't put out anything new in a while. Tim's constantly doing new great things.
I mean, QFPA.
It's true. But she's also increasing TSL because she's,
And the Pat Maroon David Freese interview will be like Rihanna working with Hove and Marshall Mathers.
Yeah. Gosh, that was a big year.
That comes out at noon, is that right?
Yeah, high noon.
High noon.
I don't know what to tell you. I think it's
TMA
starstruck.
podcast feed.
Yeah. It'll be everywhere.
Well, we went to the Billikens game, then we went to Max Local Eats.
Oh, what a great day.
Oh, glorious.
Rip fries?
Rip fries, you better believe it, brother.
Fuego.
Saw Chris McKenzie, talked it over. I go, what's up, man? He goes, I just liked one of your posts. I go, what are the chances?
Yeah. But did he see you at the SLU game?
And I'm like, I don't really post anything, so what the hell was it? Like the gif of the LSU mom at the White House? Because that's about all I offer. And I'm like, all right. No, I don't know if he saw me. You know what? Maybe he did. Now that he was talking SLU Soccer.
Fair.
He was all fired up about that. I'll be watching that on Friday night, man. I can't wait for that. Billikens, NC State.
Is that ESPN Plus?
I would imagine so. Yeah. I'm fired up. Yeah, posted the boys playing on the video games there on my Instagram, and experiencing Max for the first time. Boy, let me tell you something. That Max don't play.
It's really good.
I want to make it crystal clear. It don't play.
Who is Max and why is he not playing?
Chris McKenzie is Mac. I've had him on my podcast. And I said to him, hey, see, this is my mindset, but he is content. I said, why not have multiple locations? He goes, but then I'd have to do a bunch more. I'm just kind of happy with what I have, and I want to make sure the quality's there. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Yeah, it's right off of Hampton and 40.
Oakland.
Oakland.
Yeah.
Oakland Avenue. course, known for the University High School, but now also known for Max Local Eats.
In the shadows of the University
exactly
High
right.
School. That's what they marketed it as.
That's exactly
Not the
right.
Science Center or anything. That's also right there.
I was randomly reading a story about Hank Raymond, the old Marquette basketball coach for years. And the story said he got his start coaching St. Louis University High School. Of course. I said, really?
Were you pissed about
How
that?
small is this country? Everybody, 10% of all Americans trace their roots to St. Louis University High School.
It would have been better if he
How is that
coached at
possible?
St. Gabe's. That would make it
He
even.
probably did.
Perfect.
Tim, do you trust your wife? If so, there's a way you can keep that $50,000. I'll prepare the forms for you if you provide some suds from my coworkers.
Don't
That's
do it.
from Mitch. Get busy living or get busy cum steening.
Oh.
Is that a reference to Andy Dufresne talking to
The PO, the correctional officer, whichever one. He was going to drop him off the top of that roof.
He was. Do you like the term suds?
I guess I don't mind it.
Yes, that's
There used to be a
folksy.
restaurant.
I'm going to go out
Dog
this
and
weekend
Suds.
and have some suds.
One of
Did
the
you
best
ever
scenes
eat
in the
Dog
movie.
and Suds? Fast food restaurant?
Like,
Dog
I
and
don't have a
suds?
dog,
Hot
but I would
dogs
just
and
go and
root
go.
beer.
Sounds like a car wash.
Hot dog and root beer. Dog and Suds.
Was it good?
I don't
You
remember
love hot
ever
dogs.
going there.
You love
No,
hot
I
dogs.
don't eat hot dogs. Hot dogs is a desperation play. Maybe you're at a golf course and that's all they have. Or you're starving and you go to a stadium and that's the only thing that looks decent. Other than that, you don't have a whole dinner of hot dogs, do you? Did your mother ever cook you? Well, what's for dinner, Mom? A hot dog.
The SLU Soccer game will be on ESPNU. That's from a white guy.
Oh, nice. That's all right. That's linear television.
Yeah. 8 or 7:30 St. Louis time, I believe.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'll be watching that one. Fired, man, I was so fired up. Number 13 on Akron. Out of line. Little bit.
What do you do?
A little bit. I wish I could have the video of it. I don't know if somebody, Chairman Kurt, you're the GIF master. If I had a GIF, you would see it and you'd be like, damn.
Was he giving people the business?
He was out of line. And he was really celebrating at the half like Shane Beamer.
Yeah.
And when the Billikens got that corner kick and then delivered the game winner with about 2 minutes left, I was like, how do you do, number 13? Would you like to have those putts back from the first half where you're trying to scrap and run your mouth? Yeah. That's tough, man. You're up 2-0 at home, 45 minutes away from the Final Four. 2-0 in soccer, Doug.
Yeah.
God.
Monstrous.
All right, you got the email of the day coming up, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We got a perfect holiday gift for you, and it's going to be very easy, so you're going to get a great gift, and you can knock it out here. Oh, I would say it's 10:37 as I'm talking live on 101 ESPN. You can have it done by 10:40, so that'll be nice to have holiday shopping wrapped up. Go to 5irongolf.com. You got a golfer in your life, pick up a 5-Iron Golf gift card and unlock a one-of-a-kind night out in Clayton with games in every bay, a full bar, chef-driven food, and for a limited time, you'll score bonus bucks with every gift card purchase up to $150 in added value. It is perfect for date night, birthdays, group hangs, or just getting out of the house with friends. Gift instantly at 5irongolf.com. And if you are a golf nerd like myself, with 13 TrackMan simulator bays, no matter what the weather is outside, you can go in there and play incredible courses like St. Andrews and Pebble Beach, or just get work in at the range on the simulators at 5-Iron Golf. But it is perfect for a holiday gift. Go to 5irongolf.com and get one of the golfers in your life a gift card and be done with holiday shopping in a matter of minutes. 5irongolf.com. CMA 101 ESPN, some breaking news here this morning. The fallout from Notre Dame's controversial omission from the college football playoff may have ripple effects far beyond South Bend. According to ESPN's Heather Dinich, the frustration surrounding the final rankings could accelerate momentum for one of the most radical playoff ideas on the table, and that is the Big Ten's proposed 24-team college football playoff format. How about that? 24, Doug. We're going from 12 to 24.
And 25 will still be screaming.
We
Still be
belong in this
whining.
tournament.
Yes. How can you leave us out? We only lost 5 games.
Guess we can predict that Missouri's number 25 team in the country in 2026.
And who's reporting that it's gaining steam?
Heather Dinich of ESPN. She is their college football playoff rankings correspondent. She reports this morning, this is the Big Ten's argument to have a 24-team playoff. Then you would have the teams have play-in games in order to determine which teams should be in the college football playoff. I think as all of this unfolds, there's certainly going to be more of a lean from other commissioners to at least be open to this idea. I mean, if you're the ACC or the Big 12 with one team in right now, why wouldn't you consider a model that gives you 4 guaranteed spots? The Big Ten's proposal surfaced over the summer and was largely dismissed at the time. The model would award 4 automatic bids to each power conference, along with 2 to the group of 6, with the new look Pac-12 to be launched next year, and 6 at-large bids. That'd form a 24-team field that begins with play-in games. Though fans have been skeptical, the idea gained a powerful endorsement in October when Fox Sports CEO Eric Shanks, whose network holds the Big Ten's media rights, said, quote, "I don't see any reason why the CFP cannot be 24 teams." Certainly Pete Bavacqua at Notre Dame would enjoy that. He got on Dan Patrick's program this morning, and he is not happy. And he's not happy with the ACC, actually. Let's take a listen.
That's the question. I don't know how we got here. That's kind of what we have a problem with. I don't have a good answer for you. You know, been a lot of conversations here on campus the last 24 hours, as you can imagine. And, you know, I want to make one thing clear, Dan. We have no problems with the teams that made it in. They're all great teams. You know, Miami's a great team. Alabama's a great team. We have Texas, Vanderbilt. We're a great team. What we're so confused by and frustrated with is the process. You know, every step along the way since the first CFP rankings came out, we were led to believe we were in, as long as we took care of business. And we certainly took care of business with this 10-game winning streak. Dan, you think about that first ranking, you know, we in Miami were both 6-2. They had obviously already beat us the first game of the year. They were 18th. We were 10th. You know, the only thing that we did since that point was win every game by over an average of over 30 points. And, you know, all of a sudden we're 11th and on the outside looking in. And, you know, when we sit and talk, when I talk to Marcus, when we talk to our team, we don't have any good answers for that. So we're just really frustrated that we had the rug pulled out from underneath us, Dan.
And one of the things that he complained about in the interview was that the ACC did not lobby for them. They do have somewhat of a partnership with the ACC in that they play a number of ACC teams every year, and then they are part of the ACC when it comes to other sports.
I have that clip in there as well.
Oh, is it
It's
in there?
titled Dan Patrick on that one, Jackson.
Okay, coming up.
All right, go ahead and play it now, please.
What role did the ACC play in any of this, in your opinion?
Well, I would tell you, I mean, again, I have tremendous respect for Miami. We have no gripes about any of the schools in the ACC, but we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, you know, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame. Just we didn't appreciate the fact that we were singled out repeatedly and compared to Miami. Not by Miami. Miami has every right to do that. But it raised a lot of eyebrows here that the conference was taking shots at us. And, you know, that's just not something we chose to do. We wouldn't choose to do that in the future, and people might disagree with us, but that's just not something that we'd be comfortable with.
There you go.
Well, they need to join a conference. Be like everyone else. You don't have to hog the NBC TV money. Join a conference and you'd probably be in. There, fix it for you. And don't say, we're not going to a bowl game. Our feelings are hurt. Stupid. I was for Notre Dame. I wanted to see them get in, but I don't like the way they're reacting to it.
Doug wants to fight Notre Dame. Jackson, who do you want to fight? Kansas?
No, I don't want to fight Kansas. They took it to us.
Oh, you're doffing your cap to the Jayhawks. Look at you, sporting.
Darren Peterson's a ball player. I don't really have anyone I'm looking to fight right now.
Look at that.
Kind of all at peace with it all.
Are you really?
Sure.
Okay.
Who am I, you know?
If Notre Dame were in the ACC in football, they'd be in, right?
Yeah.
Or at least they would have played in the
ACC championship.
title game.
Yeah.
And they would have won that game probably, and they'd be in.
I don't know what the issue is. I don't know what conference they would join.
Right. Big Ten seems like it would make the most sense.
Until you go, okay, now the Big Ten has 19 schools.
Oh, let's bring in someone else.
I'm not sure it matters having an even number anymore because you can't play all of them.
Well, for other sports, it would matter more.
Do other sports even matter at all?
Basketball, in terms of making
dollars.
money.
Can a
Basketball and football.
Can a conference remove an already existing member?
Let's hope as Missouri fans the answer is no.
Jeez, I hope no one does that.
We don't want Notre Dame in the SEC.
Like Big Ten's like, maybe we could Purdue it. No.
That would
Thank
open up
you.
a spot in the Pac-12 for Mizzou.
Ooh, how about Pac-12, Notre Dame? Gets a
There you
third
go.
team. And then UConn can join as well because they don't have a conference.
That'd be
They're Big
wonderful.
Ten all the way.
Traveling to Corvallis. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up to TMA 101 ESPN. Celebrate St. Louis tradition at its finest with Ted Drew's frozen custard and Ted Drew's Christmas tree lot. There is nothing like it. There really isn't, man. This takes me back to my childhood. Heading over to Chippewa and getting our tree and enjoying some Ted Drew's frozen custard. They have some of the finest trees in the entire St. Louis area. Fraser fir, Scotch pine, all hand-selected for freshness and for fullness. And if you would like a big, tall Christmas tree, they certainly have those at Ted Drew's as well. They also have lush holiday greenery and decor as well, including handmade wreaths, garland, swags, mistletoe, and more. So make Ted Drew's part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree and enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard and soak in the spirit of the season. It's Ted Drew's, 6726 Chippewa in South St. Louis.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win yesterday, off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Bruins. 6 p.m. pregame, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, Doug, it's up to you. Do you want it or not?
Not really.
Okay, it's time for the Designer Heating and Cooling email of the day. Good morning, Tim. I've been boning my craft for January and Seth Gouldcamp's January prize for email of the day, the $10,000 HVAC system.
Mm-hmm.
Am I allowed to use the word tallywhacker in my emails? Sincerely, a fistful of hollers. So, Doug, people are kind of using this as spring training.
Okay.
Or the bowl season.
Just getting warmed
for the
up,
upcoming
shooting range.
Yeah.
A fistful of hollers.
But can you answer his question?
Oh, tallywhacker. We'll let it go.
All
Okay.
Right. Bro, something burning. It's Bert. With no shirt. Whoa, Nelly. That's a man belly. Doug knows what I'm talking about. Wink, wink. Tim, we out here thugging in St. Charles County. Life's hard, but we can wake up every day, put in a hard 8, and then hit the PBR 12-pack like driver off the first tee. Sometimes we be 3 cans middle of the fairway. Sometimes we be 6 cans deep in the woods. Either way, we're 3-putting. No shame in this game. And no lame in this name. One love, TMA. Stay gangster. That's from Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
Waxing hopes collide. Rankings twist beneath the moon. Gibbous mocks the throne. Waning dreams unravel. Gridiron kings fall to chance. Chaos lights the night. Gibbous glare above. 12 seeds dance in shattered order. Fate calls the upset. Until next time, it's in the TMA Troubadour.
That guy just threw words in the blender there.
Think that was AI?
Troubadour. I don't know what that was.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, they're not happy in South Bend. Those 2 quality losses were not enough to get them into the college football playoff. So they're taking their football and their self-righteous indignation and staying home this bowl season. The Blues have won 2 in a row, not because Kyrou is out, but presumably because they all got together and watched Pulp Fiction on Friday night in Ottawa. And now they're going to play the Wake Up the Gimp scene every third period at Enterprise Center. The Missouri Chiefs lost again, and there's been a surge in local hospitalizations from injuries sustained jumping off the Chiefs bandwagon. The SLU Soccer team advanced to their first Final Four since 1997 with a dramatic come-from-behind 3-2 victory over Akron, while the SLU men's hoops team put on a clinic at Chaffetz for the McKernan family, sitting courtside as they dominated some trash program from the MAC. And Mizzou Hoops lost to Kansas, but we're not going to talk about it because Libby Jack is way too emotionally invested in regular season college basketball. Right. So instead, we're going to let him ramble about waning gibbous.
Yeah.
But I think the lead is that Doug Vaughn is reporting that Bert Kreischer has nice nipples. Mm-hmm. Is that a new report? Happy 43rd birthday to Nicki Minaj, arguably the greatest female rapper of the 21st century. She's remembered on this Caulk Festival. Is that what the name of the show is? Yeah. This Caulk Festival? Like Bob Vila's This Old House? This is This Old Caulk Festival? For her mixed fusion Moscato, promoted 12 years ago by a local white male bar owner who low-key has the greatest voice in radio. Yep. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recessed Lady's Breast, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, what you got?
Well, I was ready to give it to Bro Fallon, but I think Buck Swope changed my mind right there at the end. Buck Swope.
Buck Swope
has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Selvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that's tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more. You can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement. Jackson's got a play for you. Hopefully it involves the Orlando Magic or a Lakers-Raptors under.
Well, if you're looking to bet Monday Night Football tonight, FanDuel has a great promotion going on. 100% profit boost for the Eagles game tonight.
Wow.
Any bet type, pre-game or live bets, max wager of $25, so you can flip that spread to plus money. Love that. That's what I'd like to do.
There it is. Because Missouri, it is time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues now drawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.